Well, well, well. Sorry about the 30 minutes that I'm late, but welcome back to Dark Souls 2. I hope you're having a great day, evening, morning, wherever you are. I just got myself a coffee. I was extremely tired. I had an early appointment today, and a very early one, earlier than I'd have liked, but well, sometimes you just gotta do stuff like that, right? If it needs to fit into your schedule or whatever. Whew. But yeah, I was tired, so I definitely had to catch up on a little bit of sleep before turning on the stream. And now I got myself a coffee, so and also maybe we'll just run for a bit longer or something. We'll see. But yeah, Dark Souls 2 is back on the menu, and well, I'm really looking forward to Elden Ring. I wouldn't have thought that, actually. I mean, in the past, as I said before, the only FromSoft game that I ever played at release was Bloodborne, and that was more of a spontaneous sort of decision. Because at that point I hadn't heard anything about Bloodborne prior to it being released, right? I didn't follow sort of FromSoft games at all. and I just honestly didn't really care for it before it released. And then when it actually came out, right, I was sort of swept up with the hype for some reason. Like, I pretty much remember, I think it was actually the day that Bloodborne came out. I read a bunch of reviews online and, saw a bunch of people like talking about it. And, yeah, suddenly I wanted to try it. It looked really, really good. And so I bought it. And yeah, ultimately it was really good. But then even with Sekiro, I just couldn't really bring myself to play it on release. I don't know. The problem for me is still that while I really, really like the FromSoft games and the uniqueness that they bring to the table in a lot of ways in how they design their games, for me personally, especially, they're also very, very lacking in a lot of areas. And so when Elden Ring got announced, and, to be quite frank, it just looks like your typical FromSoft game. I'm sure there is a bunch of really, really cool stuff in there, and especially if you're a fan of the series, then there is probably a bunch of really, really cool stuff in there. Like innovative stuff as well. And yeah, it's just that I, like, personally didn't really... I mean, obviously, I sort of had it on my radar, right? I looked at a couple of the things that were being released from it, stuff like that, and yeah, I think it's going to be good. I don't think if it's going to be my favorite game of all time. I don't necessarily think it will. I think it's too much. Like, in a lot of good ways, it will probably be very much like a combination out of all the FromSoft games that have been released so far. But I do think that it will also carry over basically most, if not all, of the sort of negative aspects of the FromSoft games as well. I'll be, more than happy to accept that I'm wrong on that. Like, if there are actually proper quests in that game and interesting NPCs with character development and or an actual story that changes while you're playing through the game and not just something that you're sort of reading as a history book, then well, that would be phenomenal. And in that case, it would probably be one of my favorite games of all time. I just don't think that it will be. But that being said, that's not necessarily a big deal because, again, I still really like the uniqueness of the FromSoft games. And even though, well, with Dark Souls 2, I can see why it's not really the favorite of many, right? And why they prefer the first game. While I was playing through the first game, I couldn't really see why anyone would still really like it. But now that I've played the second one, the problem with Dark Souls 2 is that the cool things that they changed, essentially, right? The cool, quote-unquote, new stuff that they introduce in this game, on a basic concept level, is really good, but they don't really follow it through. And the problem is that most of the other stuff is just Dark Souls 1, but worse, right? Except for the graphics, although that's not, it's not really hard to beat Dark Souls 1 in that regard, even though the remastered version looks absolutely horrible. I am just surprised that Dark Souls 2, in terms of its gameplay, I don't know, maybe they actually just had to do too much in too short of a time span. Although then again, wasn't that also true for Dark Souls 1, I feel like. But the problem here is, right, with Dark Souls 1, it felt like that they set out with way bigger ambitions than they were actually capable of fulfilling, right? And so a lot of, especially the later areas in Dark Souls 1, either just feel unfinished, or there's really like a lot of jank to it, or just overall stuff that maybe was planned to be properly integrated into the game, but ultimately ended up, just being the sort of weird, I don't know, rest of something that just never really saw the light of day in its proper state. And Dark Souls 2 very much feels like the other way around, where it feels like they went very, very safe with a lot of things that they integrated, and then just didn't have the time to really increase the scope, right? So essentially the exact opposite. With Dark Souls 1, they started too big and weren't able to really fill everything that they had with actual meaningful designs and content, if you will. And then with Dark Souls 2, they sort of went the other way around, where they kept everything fairly small and concise, and in a way much more polished than in the first game, but comparatively also a lot less interesting. Because the level design or the level structures and the places where the game takes place, they're all really interesting. The issue is that, well, you don't really get to know much about them if you're just playing through the game normally, right? I'd imagine if you played through it one time and then maybe went back with a New Game Plus run, or even with there are a multitude of things that you can buy that sort of give you additional information about the FromSoft games, right? In those cases, it might be actually a lot more interesting. The problem is the game itself just doesn't really give you that, and that just ends up feeling a bit... Well, yeah, I don't really know. I had a lot of fun so far with Dark Souls 2. It's just, it doesn't really hook you. I think I said that last time as well. It's pretty cool while you're playing through it, actually. Like, it's not a bad experience at all. It's just that for some reason it just doesn't... Like, you're playing and it's fun, and then you stop playing and you say, oh yeah, that was fun, right? Whereas with Bloodborne, with Sekiro, I wanted to know how it continues, right? I wanted to know what the next boss was, or the next area was, or when I would meet the giant snake again, right? And how that plays into the whole story, or something like that, right? And I feel like that just doesn't happen in Dark Souls 2. And that's sort of weird to me, why that might be the case. Or, yeah, I wonder if it really was sort of the problem that they set out with a very limited scope because they were afraid they couldn't really fulfill a large scope, like what they tried with Dark Souls 1 and failed, essentially. Or if they wanted to do something completely different and it just doesn't really come through at all. I don't know. But let's get back into it, shall we? So I'm about 40 hours in. I mean, once again, I think that 40 hours isn't actually that long, right? So there might still be a lot of stuff that's left to uncover, or that's waiting for me. But at the same time, these 40 hours that I've so far played through just felt sort of... I don't know. I really don't know how else to put it. And, I would say that these 40 hours that I played so far just absolutely felt like I'm still sort of in not necessarily the tutorial, but certainly sort of the first level, right? If you compare it to Bloodborne, for example, then Central Yharnam is your first level, right? And that it's fairly, not necessarily basic in its structure, but Central Yharnam is certainly, it doesn't have that many really powerful enemies. It has a couple, right? It has a couple of sort of side ways that you can go. It's overall a very, very good area, one of the best in Bloodborne in my opinion, but it is limited in scope, right? When you think about what comes later. and what kind of concepts and bosses and enemy types they introduce later, and also the whole craziness with the sky turning purple and stuff, right? But obviously in Bloodborne, it takes you, I don't know, 5 hours to get through that, depending on how experienced you are, and then obviously on how quickly you kill the bosses. But my point is that as soon as you are through Central Yharnam, I feel like sort of the next stages, especially once you end up in Odin's Chapel, right? You really get this feeling of, this seems like sort of a central hub where a lot of other areas branch off of. And so now we're really into the game, right? Now we're sort of over the first beginning hump, sort of the introduction, the prologue, whatever you want to call it, right? Now we're really into the game. And I feel like with Dark Souls 1 as well, you get that feeling even before you ring the second bell. So going through Blighttown, for example, all those kinds of things, already really make you feel like, oh yeah, this is, now the game's on. This is really, substantial challenge, substantial level design. It also, especially in the case of Dark Souls 1, I feel like with Blighttown, most definitely, they really make you have this feeling of being outside your comfort zone, right? And a lot of that obviously also is connected to the fact that you can't fast travel at the beginning of the game, and you go through these sewer areas that are very sort of condensed and small, and then it opens up to Blighttown, but you still, like, it feels really threatening with the very, very narrow pathways and, getting shot by toxic darts. And overall, the feeling that it creates just really, makes you realize, oh, now the game is on, right? This is really, the atmosphere, the core that they were going for, all these kinds of things sort of go through your head in those moments, right? Whereas here in Dark Souls 2, I don't know. All of the levels that I've done, I feel like I have done quite a lot, right? And I also already have one of these apparent boss souls, ancient souls, whatever. But apart from that, I still kind of feel like I haven't really left sort of the tutorial area. Although I've already been through quite a lot of areas, in fact. And so that's just really, I don't know, trippy, or, well, not really trippy, but it kind of makes you wonder, am I missing something? Or, am I misunderstanding something? Am I just, I don't know, is the game just not that good? Or, right? Because the core gameplay, and I mean, at its core, it's still Dark Souls, right? So you kind of refuse to accept that it's not good. And I wouldn't say that it's not good, right? But at the same time, it also feels like it's never really properly started for some reason, right? But yeah, I mean, we definitely did a couple of things here. And the last thing that we actually did was we went to Huntsman's Copse and the Undead Purgatory, and we were able to defeat the carriage, the horse carriage in that weird round area, which was fun, but also a lot easier than I thought. And now the next part is to continue the journey through Huntsman's Copse, because I found a third bonfire there behind locked bars. So now I guess my next sort of task would be to find out how to open those bars, and then continue on through the level from there. And I do wonder, I kind of speculated last time, or rather, kind compared to the other areas, I was actually able to find all of the sort of hidden items, or generally all of the items that I could see, and all of the stuff that was here. I'm pretty certain that I cleared out the entire area. Except obviously the part that I just talked about, that I still need to get to. Which was a nice change of pace compared to the other areas where for some reason there are still items left that I know are there, but I just don't know how to get to them because it's sort of obscure and I don't really know why. Oh yeah, and then, well, one thing that I was, let's say, slightly disappointed by is that this whole Undead Purgatory thing, so the whole Colosseum up there, just seems to be purely PvP based. Or rather, it just, well, just leads you into PvP, I guess. Which, actually, I think that was sort of the end of my last stream, was me speculating that maybe I'm also kind of misinterpreting the goal of Dark Souls 2, because it very much feels like, considering just how many items you find that are sort of connected to PvP as well, I do wonder if this game is supposed to just have a much bigger PvP focus, maybe even compared to the other FromSoft games, right? Which would be kind of strange in a way, because I feel like they try to sort of move more and more away from that. But also the whole PvP aspect seems to be implemented a bit weirdly. Again, I've been trying to use these cracked blue eye orbs for a very long time now, and I'm just never able to use them. So, I mean, I might be missing something there, but for the most part, I just feel like, I don't know, maybe it's because not that many people are still playing it on PlayStation or something that are actually PvPing. I don't know if it's connected to that, but it's certainly, yeah, the whole sort of, well, everything that I just talked about, right? Especially sort of the perceived weirdness in terms of what the game is actually offering me, or how, like, the perceived challenge of the game and all that kind of stuff really does make me wonder if they went for a much bigger sort of PvP focus. Especially because it also seems that the Covenants are just a bit less obscure, I think, than in the first game. I mean, in the first game, for a long time, I didn't even realize that the Covenants were mostly PvP focused. I just assumed that they had some sort of other purpose that I just didn't really understand. But apparently they're also mostly PvP. Which, again, I don't know. I just feel like that's also kind of a weird choice. I always thought that the sort of online elements definitely had a sort of interesting idea in terms of the implementation in the FromSoft games, with, you know, the bloodstains and the messages, and then also essentially being or it being possible, just as I was talking about it being possible to be invaded the entire time, essentially, right? What is that range? What the fuck? Yeah, well, I don't know. Maybe that's also a reason why a lot of people just aren't PvPing in this game, because it's pretty shit in terms of the hitbox registration, because that certainly, I mean, I would have to watch it back, but it looked like he didn't even hit me most of the time. Yeah, I mean, obviously I know that I'm also not really good at PvP, since, well, that was, I think, my second PvP encounter or something. But yeah, it just, I don't know. whether or not that... Also, so theoretically, shouldn't I be able to use my blue eye orb to invade him now? Because he apparently just killed me without a reason. I don't... Like, these things... They're just unfortunate because, yeah, I don't know. That it feels like they were meant to be something special, but are also sort of not. Because they're just not usable. I don't know. There are definitely just some weird aspects to this entire thing that feel like they... I don't know, maybe just don't really work the way they were intended to, or... It's really, really hard to say, to be completely honest. Okay, who's actually still following me? You are? Whoa, there's a lot of guys still following me. I didn't plan for this. What the fuck? Why are they all chilling that? Look at them. They're all... Oh, I forgot about you. They're all just slowly walking over here. What is going on? Why is he following me this far? Oh, for fuck's sake. He's still following me. What the hell? Well, this isn't going to end well, is it? And then once again, one of these weird skeleton thingies. What? Where the fuck did you come from? How many of you got... I mean, I know that that's also a running theme in terms of things that I'm sort of talking about. But... Oh, his arrows actually curve. That's very interesting. Very cool. But yeah, the sort of weirdness of the AI is just... I wonder if that is actually supposed to happen, that they do follow you this far. That just feels weird. And then... And then also, you know, the... just how slowly they all came walking over the bridge. Just... that was very strange as well. I mean, once again, I'm just not really sure what they were going for here. Why change the AI to where they apparently do follow you further than, well, usually in Dark Souls, but then also not make it to where they follow you all the way, all the time, right? I mean, that's sort of... I mean, that in and of itself always was a very weird design choice, I feel like, in Dark Souls 1 and other stuff as well, that you can just run by enemies and essentially make most of the game entirely trivial, but so engaging with most enemies also is more of a like conscious choice rather than something the game actually forces you to do, which is a rather interesting way of designing a game. And I'm still not entirely sure if it's good or bad. Maybe it's somewhere in the middle. If you want to invade a synth player, of course. Oh, you're talking about the blue eye orb, right? Yeah, I mean, I wanted to do that. The problem was that I apparently am never really able to use it. I don't know if there's more to it. I also don't know if I was already in here. I think I checked out this cave last time. Ah, right, there was also the... Wait, did I? Maybe I turned back because I wanted to unlock the bonfire first. Although that doesn't really make any sense considering that the key might be in there. But I also saw a message up ahead about a key, so I'd imagine that it's there as well. But yeah, that's sort of the, I guess, perceived weakness that Dark Souls 2 definitely has. Well, that's definitely not a normal player, I think. Oh, hi. Does that bleed? Yeah. And yeah, the NPC invaders are also a bit underwhelming. I wonder why they... Maybe I missed a couple of things in the earlier levels, or maybe they just don't really want to put too many invaders there well, because it's still sort of the beginning of the game. But they have definitely increased the amount of NPC invaders here. Undead lockaway key. That should probably be the key for the bonfire. Again, interesting decision to put an NPC invader here in front of the key. Oh, wait, this area also continues. What? I guess it just, yeah, it drops down to the other path, right? So I'd imagine that this guy is probably running towards me. Forlorn invaders? Yeah, are there really that many? I think that was the second... Wait, was it? No, it's... well, there was this weird guy in front of the boss room here that also looked like an invader, but apparently technically wasn't one for some reason. So I guess technically this area had 2 NPC invaders so far. It's just that it seems so random, right? They just seem like, oh yeah, well, we wanted to have like a challenge for getting the key, for example, right? And so they just put the invader there. But I don't know, it feels like I'm sort of missing the bigger picture here, or missing the purpose or the core sort of reason for this invader being here specifically. I mean, you don't really get any information at all about them, right? I don't necessarily think that I've heard the name so far. I also don't really... I mean, potentially they could drop something that might explain their existence or who they are. And obviously that could be random, but... Opens the stone lockaway in Huntsman's Corpse. Well, that's a fairly straightforward description. The undead hunts during the reign of the old Iron King took place in this forest, and the cells in which the undead were held still stand there to this day. However, the march of time has eroded away any difference between the captives and the captives. Well, yeah, we've certainly seen that. The undead hunts during the reign of the old Iron King. It almost sounds like they were hunting the undead. Well, I don't know if it's a bit too far-fetched to draw a Bloodborne comparison here, but it certainly, and has a similar ring to it, where they specifically set out to hunt undead, which is interesting because so far it seemed more like they didn't specifically hunt them so much as just locked up everybody that went hollow, right? Because it is connected to a certain kind of plague, and so they as soon as they discovered somebody to be hollow or turning hollow or however that works, they then locked them away. But this is sort of the first time that we heard about specific hunts taking place. Oh, there are also invasions that are not 100% chance? Huh. Well, that's really interesting. I mean, it certainly keeps it a lot more interesting, right? If you don't know like about the specific chances or don't know where you can potentially be invaded at all, certainly keeps it interesting. I just wish I would get to know more about the invaders and why they're here specifically. And who are you? You seem... Can I take a look at you? Is that your helmet, or do you have a grey face? I think that's the helmet, right?
Who are you? I thought you were that bastard for a moment. You've set me free. Now I can find him. The cheeky prick. He won't know what hit him.
Should I know who he's talking about? I really like the design of his, what do you actually call it? Not, I mean, the chainmail armor he wears beneath it, but the cloak. But it's not the actual cloak, right? It's sort of this front banner that he wears. Does that have a specific name? But it has some sort of, it almost looks like antlers or something. It's a very cool design. I feel like I've seen that before as well.
I am Creighton of Mirror. I travel from land to land to hone my blade. I've heard this land was full of danger. I thought it would suit me perfectly. I joined forces with a man on the way, but he was no more than a backstabbing knave. He took the first chance he had to try and off me. I decided to set a trap for him here. But then I got trapped myself. I can't believe that I was so dense. Thank the stars that you came along.
Well, yeah. This place doesn't look like anywhere you want to be stuck. Although, I mean, you could have lit the bonfire and just teleported away. I don't know if you know that, but it seems to work for me. I wonder who he's talking about. Fallen Invaders is... Yeah, I do think I really, really like the feeling of like that they're going for with NPC invaders feeling like actual human invaders. I mean, obviously they're not as skilled, especially nowadays. I think most human people, like most actual people that invade you, are probably there specifically because they, they're fairly skilled at PvP, and a lot of the times, especially somebody like me who is just, well, not just started, but still is maybe not as skilled in the mechanics and also doesn't have like a specific PvP build, you most of the time don't really stand a chance against them. But I still really, really like the fact that they were trying to sort of set up these encounters with the NPC invaders that seem like they're online. And I actually wish that they would do that a lot more, even. To the point where you really couldn't tell, or where they maybe had, instead of, like, again, as I was saying earlier, with the key, right, and the invader being placed like a normal enemy that just appears there and I think quote unquote sort of guards the key. In a way that's cool, but that's also obviously not like real online invasions, right? So I wish that maybe in those cases they would have placed a normal enemy there to, well, have a little bit of a challenge in terms of getting the actual key, in this case for the bonfire. And then the NPC invaders, I think, maybe should actually work more like almost like they had some sort of spawning table with the NPCs that can invade you. Obviously, depending on, I don't know, what level you are, right, to not make it too difficult and not have spawn somebody in that's way too difficult for the player at that given time. But to have like a couple of sort of random places where they potentially can invade you, and that it can change, or even that the same person can invade you multiple times, because, I mean, theoretically that should be possible, and also, as far as I understand it, wouldn't really contradict any kind of lore. And who was, like, Tablet? That's, I guess, who he's talking about? Have I met that person? I'm a little bit bad with the names in Dark Souls 2 for some reason. Usually, I guess they're not that memorable. I do really like that he's sitting. I wonder what made him sit right between the skeletons, though. And you literally have this round room. He's trapped in there, and then he thought, oh yeah, of course. I'm going to sit between the two dead bodies. That's probably the most comfortable position that you could be in.
You be careful of him. Paint, I think he said. He wears this rather unusual ring. You know it when you see it. I've seen this type before. He kills entirely for the pleasure of it. I'm sure I won't be his last victim. The man's better off dead. Tell ya.
So...
He's a slick talker, so don't let him fool ya.
Oh, that's what you... Oh, thank you, Tablet. Right. I thought you were talking about a name. Right, I've heard that word before. I just didn't remember it. Right, that's what it's called. I like all these kinds of, middle-age things where they wear their symbols, and also, obviously, every time you see, I don't know, whatever, all the things, right, Game of Thrones and everything that takes place sort of in the Middle Ages, when they have their huge banners during like war scenes and stuff. I don't know, for some reason I always really like it, because there's just a lot to interpret there, right? There's always, especially with the colors, right, there is this specific not color scheme, but certainly like every color has sort of its own meaning, right? Green, I think, is always associated with hope, or at least I think that's how the church always interprets it. And then there are like different interpretations in terms of, well, where those banners came from and at what specific time they were created, right? And there's like a specific meaning for pink and a specific meaning for blue. And then obviously the sort of rarer colors that were harder to create during the Middle Ages, because they just didn't have the pigments or something to create them. They were like meant for royalty, or you can also see sort of how that changes throughout the ages when they suddenly discovered things where they would be able to create colors more easily, stuff like that. I just find that really, really interesting. And also then obviously the way you can sort of follow, I guess, different lines throughout different houses and families, where they sometimes like married maybe into another family, and then they had a crest that sort of took inspiration from both their original crests or whatever. That's always really cool. And then, yeah, with in games as well, thinking about why they designed it that way, and connecting it back to other places where you might see those. It's always really interesting. Do I want to rest at the bonfire? I'm not sure, why not. Undead Lockaway. Well, that's a fairly generic name for this place. Although certainly true. I wonder if he stays here. Seems a bit dangerous for him, considering that he's apparently, or was apparently almost murdered. Oh right, I wanted to light my torch for the cave. So let's see what's in here. Wait. I thought there was like an invisible item here, but I think that's just kind of a weird collision there with the wall. I was definitely in this cave last time. I just didn't really explore it. Because I think... Isn't there poison stuff in here? No, that's curse. I think I see you. There you are. Oh! Wait, I think he looks different to the... Ooh, that's a lot more skeletons than I thought. Wait, I think the curse is coming from the pots, right? At least it looked like it. Also, I'm still really confused why the curse is so different here. Yeah, it's the pots. Alright. Because I think it was completely different in Dark Souls 1, wasn't it? There's light shining through here. Ooh, okay, so this loops back to the bridge that I saw. This is... Oh, for fuck's sake. This is further down than the pathway, though, that I took earlier, I think. Let's maybe try and take a look at this cave first. Illusory wall ahead. Yeah, of course. There's never one. Why are there so many messages in this game telling you about illusionary walls that just don't exist? People really like to troll with that, huh? Oh, thought I could kill him. Is there? Oh yeah, there's a lever over there. And a crystal lizard, interestingly enough. Haven't really seen many of those in the game at all. So I guess that means we can't really do that much here right now? I mean, this sort of looks like it would maybe loop back from the outside at some point. But you sort of loop back into the cave. Let's see. I don't really want to... I kind of want to take the upper level path first, though, just so that any annoying arrow shooter people aren't constantly shooting their arrows at me. Oop, that was faster than I thought. That just looks so funny, how those undead are running away from you. There was another one, right, at the beginning of the level that also ran away from you basically through the entire level, and then he just keeps running back and forth. Even with like a fairly fast pace, just looks funny. Okay, that's where I want to go. That moth looks like it's just floating in midair. I guess it just hasn't loaded in the whatever it's sitting on. It doesn't run over here though, right? Apparently not. But yeah, I mean, coming back to the PvP stuff that I was talking about earlier, I do kind of... I wish that there was also that there were actually NPC worlds that you yourself could also invade. To kind of, well, both teach you about the invasion mechanics, but also... Oh, this bridge literally comes out over here. I thought it was below the other path. Well, never mind. Then, I guess it's not a big deal. What? Oh, I heard you. I was slightly confused where he was. I just heard his footsteps. Is there something else or somebody else? Not really. Another flame butterfly. Wait. Good luck and short happiness required. Who are you? What? Is he a normal hollow? I've never seen those symbols on the other ones. I feel like they look different from the hollows that you encounter at the very start of the level. Like they look very, very similar, but the texture of their body is different. I mean, I guess prisoners would sort of have these kinds of tattoos. Huh. I do wonder what they mean. I mean, they're actually fairly clear. There's just obviously no way of knowing what they're about. Guess you can just kill them? Also strange how they're constantly sort of going back and forth between enemies that don't attack you and enemies that attack you. I mean, I kind of like it. It keeps it interesting, but it's certainly interesting that sometimes there just are these random people, hollows, whatever, sitting around just not attacking you, but you can still kill them. But yeah, I wish, especially in the case of, well, the blue cracked eye orb, I wish that there was a way to at least have a couple of like NPCs that you yourself sort of can invade to know how that mechanic works, I guess. I mean, again, I'm potentially just misunderstanding how the blue orbs work. Because I think, like, right from their description, you would think that it's an item that lets you invade people who have killed other players. And I just always assumed that, well, in order to use it, there has to be a person sort of in your level range or close to you or whatever, right? It probably checks whether or not you can actually, whether or not there is a real player to invade with these things. And that's maybe why I wasn't able to use them. But if that's indeed the case, then I don't know. Then again, shouldn't I always be able to use these? So maybe I am just missing something about them. I don't really know. I mean, in a way, I don't really want the game to be clear on these sorts of mechanics, right? Because it very much is about the discovery and sort of the weirdness of Dark Souls in how items or mechanics just work in this weird way. Wait. I thought he already jumped me, I don't know. What is that sound? Oh. Oh, that's a what? Interestingly enough, these look like... Wait, can you actually avoid them? He just keeps casting them, huh? I don't really want to switch over to ranged weapons, though. I mean, there has to be a way to get over there, right? Wait, is he still not... Is he still casting? Or did he... What? Is he... No, he's still there. He's just not doing anything anymore. I really like the design of these caster people. They look cool. Though I do wonder why they're here. I definitely saw another item up there, so I think you can drop down from the place where I found the key. Where was that? Here. Oh wait, completely forgot about you. Wait, were you the moth that I saw earlier? I think so, right? That's weird. Didn't actually shoot anything at me or didn't release its stuff while I was fighting the NPC invader, although well, that was back there, right? Give me 1 second. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that. I think these are the only items that I missed. Let's see. Poison moss and flamberge. How do you pronounce that? Flamberge? I think something like that, right? It's actually like a great sword? Oh, it's a great sword with an undulating blade. The unique shape is designed to pare the flesh and is highly effective at causing bleeding. Flamberge literally means flame blade. Yeah, no shit. But it also seems to bear a certain creature's likeness. Seems to bear a certain creature's likeness? Really? Doesn't look like that to me at all. Although, maybe if I equip it? Huh. I mean, it looks cool, don't get me wrong. Maybe because of these, like, fangs that it has? Or things that look like fangs? Interesting. Also interesting that something called Flame Blade causes bleeding and not, like, has magic flame damage. That's actually a scary drop. I mean, I guess that's it here for now. That probably, at some point it has to loop back into the cave, right? Silence ahead, probably because you can't hear the water anymore. Wait, is that a fog wall? Huh. I mean, it is pretty cool sound design. The soundbite itself is a little bit short, I think, because it has this repeating, I don't know, sort of one repeating sound. But the overall design is really cool with the way the sound changes when you enter the doorway. Oh. I didn't actually expect the fog wall to be here. Is this another boss encounter? And I want to check out the cave first, though. Oh. Be wary of message. In short, hurrah for message. Yeah, of course. That's also, I think you find a lot of these messages that actually talk about other messages, but it just doesn't load in the other message that they're talking about, so I don't know. It's a bit weird. Yet another thing that Dark Souls 2 seemingly does different to Dark Souls 1 in terms of how they're loading or deciding to load in specific messages. Although that has always been a bit strange, I felt like, in terms of like what messages actually do load in and which ones don't, and yeah, man. Oh, for fuck's sake, how many of you are here? Oh shit. What now, huh? He looks like a pirate with this weird... Did he just counter me or something? That was weird. I was wondering why he wasn't attacking me. Like, it definitely looked like he was waiting for me to attack, so I kind of already thought that I was probably gonna die there. Because I think if I had used my Estus, he probably would have also just hit me. But that was weird.
Pate, the man with a strange ring. Watch out for the slimy rat. And don't you believe a word he says.
Pate.
I'll find a common footbed and put an end to his roguery.
Oh, wait, what? Creighton the Wanderer. Fist pump gesture. Huh.
Pate, the man with
Okay. Interesting. Well, that was slightly annoying, wasn't it? I guess I shouldn't really The problem is all of these enemies here, right? They die so fast and are generally not very threatening, but they sort of can overwhelm you, right? And the damage they deal is sometimes, well, not weird, but certainly, I don't know, you just kind of don't expect it. In situations like these, right? Where they sort of, like, one's still hitting you with his arrows, and then the other one just has sort of a quick attack, and whatever the hell, all kinds of weird things happening. Also, where's this one guy running off to? I don't think I've actually found him. Unless he's one of the ones that sits down in the prison over there. Ugh, these freaking arrows. Seriously. Ugh. I almost jumped down. That's certainly not what I wanted. Ah, for fuck's sake. Also, wasn't there... Oh, there he is. Wait, what? Where was he hiding the first time I got here? Maybe he ran out of this place before I actually went into the door? Whatever. Strange indeed. Then there's you. Isn't there a second one here? I thought there was. Maybe not. I don't know. Dark Souls 2 in general just seems to have a lot of these fairly quick attacks that enemies do that don't deal that much damage, but are just kind of annoying to avoid, all things considered. Or rather, I mean, I guess they're not necessarily hard to avoid, it's just kind of annoying to avoid them. Alright, let's try this one more time. I think I'm just gonna kill this guy first. Oh wait, never mind. What? Is he just staying dead? apparently he just stays dead. I mean, fair enough, I guess. Also, why is this skeleton wearing a crown? Combustion. 3 Titanite charts. Why are there Titanite charts here? And why are the skeleton's swords standing up like that? I noticed that with the other ones as well when I killed them. For some reason they always die with their swords sticking up. Yeah, I don't know about that, guys. That shouldn't really happen like that. Ugh, do I have to jump over there? Seriously? Interesting that the mage stays dead. That just feels... Oh, there's the crystal lizard over there. So this is... With the dead mage, this is probably an actual shortcut this time around to the boss, which is almost unusual for Dark Souls 2, I feel like. Let me see. What did I want to check out? Oh, right, the scroll, right? Combustion. 10 uses. An elementary spell for new pyromancers. Releases flame in front of the caster. The simplest pyromancy of all, but surprisingly effective. So it's, in that way, it's worse than Fireball, though, right? Because I wouldn't be able to aim it at the moths, for example. Although... Why did that guy drop that? I mean, he was seemingly like an actual caster, right? Rather than, oh, for fuck's sake. I hate that these things are already running away when you're not even close to them. And then you can't even hit them. Yeah, whatever. Estus Flask Shard. Nice. So let's open this up. Well, now I wonder, I guess the other like caster who's resurrecting the skeletons in the cave over there is also dead? Probably? I'm slightly confused by this level because it seems so much more straightforward than the other ones. I mean, compare this to all of the sort of weird and strange paths that you can take in the Lost Bastille, right? This level comparatively is literally just, especially the second part, right after you unlock the door to the third bonfire here. It's just literally a straight path with the cave on the right and the actual path on the left. Yeah, I mean, not that I'm complaining, it's just, that's always really, really scary. Lacerating Arrow 40 and 3 Prism Stones. Have I already found Prism Stones? I feel like I should know what that is. No. These are actually the first that I found. These are in Dark Souls 1 as well, though, right? A slightly warm rock emits a beautiful phasing aura of 7 colors, with a very rare 8th. The Prism Stone does nothing special, but if you feel you may lose your way, it can serve as a path marker. I mean, these things exist, I think, in almost all FromSoft games, right? Oh, nice. Nice! That jump certainly worked. But yeah, these paths... Oh! Huh, I think he was just waiting to give the gesture to me, huh? And now he's actually looking for the guy he was talking about? Let's take a look at the cave. I'd imagine that the caster in this case is probably not here anymore, right? Oh, whoops. I didn't actually mean to backstab it, but I guess this works. But yeah, this as well, it's just... I sometimes really don't know about these decisions, right? Where they introduce or have these enemies, these castapods, especially because they are actually really cool, right? They're fairly unique because they respawn the skeletons and stuff, right? I feel like that's probably one of the most unique enemy designs so far in this game. I mean, it's sadly not unique in the sense that it already existed in Dark Souls 1 as well, but it's still cool, right? It's a very, very cool enemy design overall, I feel like. And then they don't respawn. I guess I wish that there was an actual, like, reason for that. What the... Can you please just hit it? The fuck is going on with that thing? And of course my souls are, like, on the frickin' rock, right? Instead of somewhere where you can actually go to them. Alright. At least this time it worked. Should I go back? I mean, it's not even an entire level, I don't think. I could just do my usual check out the boss and nope out with a homeward bone. I mean, the way it's built up, it very much looks like a boss fight, right? I could also just farm... How many souls do I need for the next level? 11,380. Let's maybe check out the boss first. I just always like what I'm up against. Interestingly enough, this once again skeleton and then skeleton? Is it a boss of huge skeletons or what? Skeleton Lords. Oh yeah, it is. And the caster? Okay, he looks cool. Their running animation is slightly weird though. Okay, yeah, let's level up and then deal with the boss. Doesn't seem too complicated, but you know, we'll see about that, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, every time, I think the biggest problem that I have with these enemies that don't respawn is that it just doesn't seem logical within the game world why they wouldn't respawn. Why does everything else respawn but not these things, right? And I think that, for example, in Bloodborne, Bloodborne is probably the game where that makes the most sense. At least to me, or in my eyes, I guess. And that's because I think pretty much the only enemies that don't respawn in Bloodborne are the other hunters, right? Which, even though the game itself doesn't really give an explanation for that, you can sort of assume why it works like that, right? Or it certainly has like a sort of inherent consistency within the game world that makes it feel like it works, right? Like it makes sense. And the same goes for the NPC invaders in this game, right? It makes sense with the way that it's built up and with the way that the item descriptions work and all that kind of stuff. It makes sense that they wouldn't respawn. It doesn't feel weird or in some other way strange. But then you just have these random enemies that for some reason also don't respawn. And I wish there was some sort of they don't even need to give you a specific explanation. Rather, it would be cool if, I don't know, just a certain design. I mean, for example, if these casters would have also had a certain aura about them, right? Like, if they would have this red invading aura as well, for example, right? Although that would be kind of boring, and then we'd have the the problem the other way around, right? Where we would probably speculate about, well, why do they now have this aura, right? Did they all also invade my world? Much like that weird dude that was standing in front of the Colosseum-looking place, where he fought against the dead horse carriage? Yeah, that was also weird, because he apparently wasn't an invader, but looked like one, right? That also felt very inconsistent. And I wish that they had some sort of, at least some sort of visual language that would tell you why enemies respawn or don't respawn. And I feel like the game already sort of comes with that built in, which makes it even weirder, right? Because both in Dark Souls 1, Bloodborne has that as well, where when the hunters die in Bloodborne, and I don't actually specifically know, but I think Bloodborne is inconsistent in that way as well. But if the hunters die, not only do they have like a specific sort of death scream, and they're like, it's very, very clear, all right, this is, you know, a lot more sort of special compared to your normal enemy, right? But essentially most normal enemies just die, and then their corpse is just lying on the ground, right? And it also has the ragdoll physics and that kind of stuff. But bosses and the hunters in Bloodborne, those kinds of enemies, they disappear in this mist, right? And they also have, especially the bosses obviously have dialogue and other things as well, that make their sort of death just feel a lot more permanent compared to normal enemies, right? So if you respawn the level or you reset the level, then it makes sense that those enemies wouldn't respawn and the others do, right? There is this like consistent visual and auditorial language that they're using. In Dark Souls, on the other hand, there are other enemies that also disappear with this mist animation, but they still respawn. And then there are yet other enemies that don't have that, but also don't respawn. Which I think in this case these casters had that, right? I don't know. I wish there was just a bit of a more... ultimately, right, it's a very, very sort of small complaint. But I do wish that there was... Because there's so much potential there. I guess that's why I'm a bit disappointed by it, right? It's ultimately, it doesn't really... It's not really a negative point, but it would have been... where it had, in my opinion, a pretty big potential where you can have a lot of storytelling there, without actually having to do that much, right? Just make it a bit more consistent, and already you have like this what do you call it? I mean, this kind of hook, right? Where a player could say, oh, that's interesting, right? That is something that I want to keep a lookout for. And then over the course of the game, you realize more and more, oh yeah, there are specific enemies that have this sort of bigger influence on the game world, where they actually do die, and there seems to be some kind of consistent narrative to that, right? And unfortunately, because they're very inconsistent in that, it just seems like more of a game mechanic than anything else, right? So you kind of stop to care about it, right? It's just, oh, it's the game, the developers just chose, they probably went in and said, well, you know, these enemies are challenging the first time through, but then once you defeat them, that's enough, right? We don't want to challenge the player anymore. So it's very much just a gameplay decision of, you know, make this level interesting the first time around, but then also not make it annoying when you're going through it a second time, especially with it being a run back to the boss. I very much think that in terms of gameplay, that's kind of a good decision, right? Because I'd imagine it would just be a tiny bit annoying to have these skeletons respawn all the time. Then again, you're just running through them anyways, if you run back to the boss, so it wouldn't really be a big deal. I don't know. It's a rather... it is a bit of a confusing decision, in my opinion. terms of why they potentially did that. Alright, let's see. What are these small souls giving me? Probably only 100, right? Something like that? 50? Oh shit. Well, let's just use all of these so that they don't block my inventory that much. These are 200, and then these are probably 400 or something? Yes. These are probably too much. I would need another 400 one, right? Whatever.
Is that here to see light? However,
at least I cleaned out my inventory somewhat. Okay, we can upgrade the Estus Flask. That's +3 now, right? And then I guess let's just go for one more point in strength for the time being. I mean, I wanted to change over to the Dragon Twin Blades or whatever they were called. And they scale better with dexterity. But I'm still missing these petrified dragon bones to actually upgrade them, so... Or I could go for just a little bit more stamina. I'm not too sure about that. Let's go with the point in strength. Although... for fuck's sake. I really hate that these are so... that you have to commit to one of them so much. You can't just level on both. I mean, you can, it's just... It feels like not a good decision, right? Because most weapons very much focus on one of the two stats. And then also I want to see if... I have another one of these, right? Increase the HP restored with each use of your flask. Yeah, no, never mind. This was the +3 thing, right? Nice. So that means I have 8 now with +3, which seems pretty OP. To be completely honest, considering that I also have 12 Radiant Life Gems and that kind of thing. I guess I'm just gonna attempt the boss. I don't really think that there is anything other that would be beneficial at this point in time. Let's see how hard it is. Let's see if this boss is an actual challenge for a change. Also, I do wonder how easy it is to run back to them. It's a little bit of... The one weird thing, though, is that they have these curse things in here. Although, yeah, they're very much not doing a lot, right? Titanite chunk, large Titanite chunk. Also, I wonder why they did that. Why they decided to suddenly have the crystal lizards not drop Twinkling Titanite. Because the fact that they do drop Twinkling Titanite in the first game just makes sense visually, again, right? Because they very much look like they would be beings that can drop something called Twinkling Titanite, right? Oh, shit. Does it just, like, spawn multiple of these things, or what? Oh, seriously. Oh! Whoopsie. Didn't actually want to do that. Huh! Where did you guys come from? You are a lot! Oh, they're all the boss. What the fuck? Seriously? I love that one guy just, like, being incredibly defensive over there. And then everybody else is just running after me. Like the one dude that is holding up his two swords in front of him. Can you please, like, stop attacking me all at once? It is very annoying. Ugh. Probably shouldn't risk too many, like, fighting too many at once. Also, do they respawn? Because it feels like there's more than HP is left. Where do you come from? These are probably the most annoying ones. Because I do remember them staggering me in Dark Souls 1 to the point where... Yeah, you really need to be, like, aware that they can sort of trap you. Is this literally the boss, or am I missing something here? I hope this is not just a phase 1. Because that would have been really annoying. Skeleton Lord's Soul. Huh. Okay. Once again, very, weird decision in terms of a boss design. What exactly was the point here? Safe zone? Oh, this path actually continues. Huh, cool. Okay, so first of all, I would have thought that it was the other way around, right? Why not have the small skeletons sort of spawn in first and then fight the bigger ones? Why have the 3 actually threatening looking ones first and then the small ones? Also, when I first saw the 3 big ones, it actually, like, made me excited for a split second until I attacked the first one, because it looked like it was going to be an encounter fairly similar to the Shadows of Yharnam and Bloodborne, right? Where you also fight those 3 guys, one of them being a caster, and the other 2 being melee focused. But I guess it turned out to be a lot less interesting than that. I mean, the boss arena certainly looks cool. Well, I would say the arena design, overall, probably one of the better ones so far in Dark Souls 2. But yeah, what exactly was the point of this boss? I mean, other than it potentially, like, there were so many skeletons that I half expected them to just, like, trample me to death, right? So if you sort of run towards them and you attack one of them, well, one of them actually dies, obviously, right? But because they sort of die in one hit, or maybe 2, depending. And I half expected them to just all attack at once, to the point where they would just instantly pretty much deplete my entire HP bar, which would have been really frustrating, obviously. But this way was just... like, what? It wasn't even threatening, right? You just run around, attack them, chip away at them, like, one by one. I'd imagine, especially with, like, a bigger weapon, like a greatsword or whatever the fuck, you can probably just kill, like, 5 at once, right? Huh. Also, is that a chair? Is this supposed to be, like, a skeleton chair? I guess that's one of the places where the bigger skeletons in the beginning sit on top of, right? Huh. But yeah, once again, I mean, I fought how many bosses in Dark Souls 2 now? Like 9 or something? Let me actually look at that. So I spent 1 soul on the Twin Blade weapon, right? The Dragon Rider one. And I defeated 9 bosses so far. The only one that was actually challenging was the Pursuer. That was the only one so far that actually took me a couple of attempts. All of the other ones died in one try, except for the chariot, but that was only because I messed up the the mechanic before you actually fight the boss, right? When I actually got to fighting the chariot itself, or the undead horses or whatever, they died in one try as well. Although they were certainly the second most challenging boss, I would say, in this game, although that doesn't actually mean much. Soul of a skeleton lord who reigned from deep within the huntsman's corpse. Weird that they say one skeleton lord, since apparently there were three, right? The old Iron King commanded the capture of all undead, but those charged with the task were overcome by the curse. Use the special soul of the skeleton lord to acquire numerous souls or to create something of great worth. Yeah, so that's the even the smaller skeletons that I found in the cave, right? The ones that were respawned by those casters, even those wore like crowns and things that would sort of identify them as part of that old kingdom, apparently. I wonder why they specifically turned into skeletons, whereas most of the other undead or hollows still very much look human. I wonder if there is actually some kind of meaning to that, why some of them are skeletons and some of them are human. The Skeleton Lord. So this makes it seem like the Skeleton Lord, maybe maybe I guess we could interpret this as saying that one of those three big skeletons was the actual quote-unquote Skeleton Lord, and the other two maybe his closest advisors or something. And I mean, this makes it seem like the old Iron King now was the Skeleton Lord, right? That was the... like he turned into that Skeleton Lord. Although, once again, it sort of leaves us with not much to go on, right? It seems just very straightforward. Alright, there existed like an old kingdom here, and they tried to tackle this curse, and captured the undead, but then were overcome by the curse themselves. And that's pretty much it, right? We don't really get to know anything else about this place. At least not right away. I mean, it might obviously be more later on, but so far, we've never really we never really had like a deeper explanation to these places. At least it wasn't one of the sort of Lord Souls or Primordial Souls or whatever they're called. So that means there's probably another boss at some point here. Maybe? I wonder where we're getting to now. Another one of these bridges. Jumping but recklessness. Yeah, sure. Huh. That tower looks cool. I guess that's probably the next place we're going to. But yeah, the design of this entire level is just so almost unusual to me, right? It's very straightforward in a lot of ways, but then you also go to, well, that Colosseum-looking place where you would think that it would be something really special, and then there's just, well, there is a boss there, but at the end of the day, it's just sort of the place where there is a PvP arena. I mean, once again, let's just compare it to Dark Souls 1, right? In Dark Souls 1, in the DLC, there's also this, at least I think it was this sort of PvP place with rankings as well, right? I think after you defeat Artorias, right? He is also in this Colosseum-looking place, and then, but the thing there is, right? The thing in Dark Souls 1 is that's literally the DLC, right? You defeat Artorias, and then there is more stuff in the DLC. So it very much just feels like, oh yeah, this is, well, an actual PvE place, right? Designed to, walk through it, find the items, fight the enemies, fight the bosses, right? And then sort of on the side, after you defeat Notorious, there's this special room that also has these rankings. And apparently, I think there is also a statue there as well, where you can specifically challenge other people, right? And, well, here it's very different, right? Here it feels like that Demon Chariot, that sort of its sole purpose is to guard the place that then ultimately gets you to those PvP battles and the specific PvP covenant, right? I mean, again, I could be totally wrong here. I still don't really know how much of a role PvP and the online elements are actually supposed to play in Dark Souls 2. Again, it just feels like they should be playing a much larger role in this game specifically because the PvE seems a bit lackluster compared to Dark Souls 1. So but then the covenants and the way they exist and the fact that the covenant symbol, even though they're more of an online feature, is constantly displayed next to your health bar. All those kinds of things just make me think that Dark Souls 2 wanted or is more PvP focused, or online focused, I should say. Not necessarily PvP, right? It could also very well be focused on summoning players. Although in that regard, that's actually really strange because, well, in the first game, I think I actually did summon an NPC once, and I think it was before the fight. I should know their names. In Anolondo, right? The boss where you fight two at once. You fight essentially like a statue-looking thing. What were they called? Right before you get to the lady with the big chest, as everybody keeps pointing out. I summoned our Sunbro for that. Made the fight a bit trivial, but I wanted to just summon him at some point. But considering how much less of a challenge the bosses are so far in Dark Souls 2, there isn't really any point in summoning, right? I mean, these bosses are already easy. If you now summon, then wouldn't that completely trivialize this game? That just seems strange to me. I mean, maybe I should just try it out at some point. But it's always kind of... The summoning mechanic in and of itself, while being a very, very cool idea, it is a bit complicated because you never really know what happens next, right? So for this boss, for example, or rather, on my first playthrough, I sometimes just summon, well, first of all, because I want to engage with that mechanic sometimes, right? It just feels a bit, I guess, even though I know, people sometimes say, it's more interesting if you don't summon help because then you're actually having to learn the encounters and the bosses, and I do agree with that, right? Obviously, the sort of the feeling of, I guess, happiness of defeating a boss, or the feeling of being successful against bosses, especially very challenging ones, is obviously much greater if you actually manage to do it yourself, right? And in a lot of cases, especially when we're talking about Sekiro, Bloodborne, right, bosses actually do force you to properly learn their mechanics, their attacks, make them, like, they actually force you to engage properly with the game's gameplay and mechanics. And summoning obviously trivializes that to a degree, right? But sometimes I do summon because I want to interact with that mechanic as well. I want to know how it works. I want to know how, well, if it changes anything, right? Because technically there should or could definitely be changes to certain characters, NPC storylines, whatever have you, right? if you summon them versus if you don't. And I don't actually know if that's the case, for example, in Dark Souls 1. There is definitely something going on with... shit, why am I so bad with names in Dark Souls? That's weird to me. Sunbro, right? I guess it's always because I just called him Sunbro all the time, but you find him later on, at least I found him in that lava-looking place, and he was sprouting these weird tentacles out of his helmet, right? So he was definitely somehow a victim of the curse, or something was going on, right, that changed him, and that's why he also was attacking at that point, and I had to kill him, essentially. And I think, I'm not sure on that, I didn't look up like how it works properly, or how his questline potentially works, but considering that you can summon him, I think, multiple times throughout the game, I did wonder whether or not summoning him at every possible opportunity might actually lead to him not turning into an enemy. Again, I don't know whether or not that's actually how it works, and maybe at some point I'll go back, like either I'll read up on it, or I'll actually go back to Dark Souls 1 and maybe try out in New Game Plus how that works. Although sometimes, obviously, with NPCs like that, or with how Dark Souls works, it's not that easy to do, because you also have to play through the entire game, right? And if you sort of miss some of the triggers, I mean, I'm thinking back to not Dark Souls, but Bloodborne, for example, with Eileen's questline. If you just miss going back to Gascoigne's boss area, right? She is there fighting another hunter. And only if you help her in that fight, or if you defeat that particular hunter, only then will her questline continue to the point where later on you fight not her, but instead the other dude with the twin blades that can damage yourself, right? In the big cathedral. That will only happen if you actually find her, talk to her, and then pick up on her hints and go back to Gascoigne's boss arena. And so, and those triggers, well, you know, I mean, it's not necessarily hard to find, but you can certainly miss it, right? And you can certainly also miss it on a second playthrough if you don't look up anything about the game. So, yeah, I'm sometimes a bit on the fence of actually going through New Game Plus and then, you know, not successfully finishing the quest lines. It can sometimes feel a bit disappointing, I guess. You finished your soul level 1 boss run. Wow, congratulations. That's quite the achievement, actually. Yeah, I do wonder about that, though. if I was, like, obviously I'm almost over-leveled for these bosses a lot of the time. At least it feels like it. So doing these on soul level 1 is probably a lot more interesting. 140, you actually kept count? Holy shit. Although 141 times for the entire game? Isn't that fairly good, all things considered? I mean, I guess you have to be good at the game anyways, right, to attempt something like that? Wait, what was this weird sound that I just heard? Oh, what? Huh? Wait, what's going on here? That's weird collision. What? I can walk this way? But if I turn back, just won't let me through. That is certainly interesting. Wait, what? I wonder how that works. Because usually if there's, like, collision that's been implemented wrong into a game, it usually has collision from every side. But I guess not in this case. Wait, why does the bridge turn back up? Like, interesting that it actually traps you in this area. No talk was where you talk to, like, no NPC, right? Yeah, so that pretty much prevents you from getting a whole bunch of items, I'd imagine, that you are still able to get on the Soul Level 1 run. So technically on the soul level 1 run, you can still, for example, max your Estus, right? And those kinds of things, which is not really possible when you can't actually talk to the woman that lets you level it up. Well, if you can find the stuff that burns, though. Now I'm actually interested in... I guess there's still some items that you would be able to get, right? Because you can still find stuff that's just lying on the ground. So I'd imagine you can still upgrade things somewhat, but just not... You can't upgrade your weapons and not really your Estus, right? What is that in the tree up there? Harvest Valley. Ooh, that thing is a lot bigger than it looked at first. Wait, why is it getting lighter all of a sudden? That's quite the unusual change of, well, daytime, I guess. Is this poisonous? It is. Why? Wait. Why would you put a poison swamp in front of a bonfire? Wait, it actually... Well, that's annoying. How long does this last? Ooh, I like the effect, though. Like the green getting drained from your person. It's quite a neat visual effect to make it clear how long it actually increases. Or was it mainly the deal? Well, I mean, the DLCs are right at the end of the game, right? So they're definitely the most challenging, I guess, if you're going in with soul level 1. I wonder if I will be actually, if I will be able to find them at all, because entering DLCs in FromSoft games are always kind of a weird thing. Oh boy. Yep. I mean, I was waiting for it. There we have our poison pool. It's literally called Poison Pool. Are you kidding me? Harvest Valley Poison Pool. I mean, I guess we had to have a poisonous area, right? Can't have a FromSoft game without an area that constantly tries to poison you. Let's see how annoying this one is. Wait, you're gonna do the whole run again? I mean, I guess once you sort of know the ins and outs of it, it's probably not that complicated anymore. Okay, seriously, FromSoft. I mean, I have accepted that there are poisonous areas in these games, but putting, like, a poison pool like this literally in front of the bonfire? Does it have to be like that? Also, this time, I think it will actually poison me. Who are you? I like the design of this, though. Does it poison me? It does. Great. I mean, I guess I should probably equip the poison moss stuff. Also, it's kind of crazy how much health you lose when you're poisoned in Dark Souls 2.
Are you a traveller? I'm Chloanne, an ore-stone trader. I travel about collecting rare stones, which I sell to make my living. I never planned to visit this God's forsaken place. But I don't know. I just sort of ended up here. I must have just wandered in. But now that I'm here, I've been scouting around for rare bits. Oh, don't look at me like that. Many of these stones are quite useful. For instance, certain stones are used in smithing. Ah, now your ears prick up. I've extras if you can pay. This is my trade, after all.
Okay, lady. How does this always happen? How do these NPCs like constantly just wander in these areas? I mean, think about what I had to go through to get here, and then she's just sitting here looking like she's had, I don't know. I mean, she certainly doesn't. I mean, I guess her clothes are slightly damaged at the bottom, but how did you get here? Oh wait, it actually so it that's why the effect works like that, or that's why it has this visual thing going on. That's actually pretty cool. I would have never thought that they made it so intricate with with how it poisons you. That is interesting.
I came here in search of rare stones, but the place is nothing like I was told. All this poison, and you can't get very far inside. Don't just go haplessly wandering about.
I mean, you know, you also don't necessarily look like somebody who is necessarily, I guess, you know, fit to travel these things. I already see the fog wall. But this place in general, I mean, it looks really, really cool. I like the all the cages that are hanging on the ropes, because I mean originally those were probably used to actually transport whatever they were producing here out of the whole place, or into it rather, depending. So I guess you're saying she slept her way into this place? I mean, yeah, with that outfit. But I just... It's not only her, right? Every NPC that you meet is essentially saying, oh yeah, by the way, I was trapped here, or, I just wandered into this place. I don't even know why. I mean, I guess they all kind of, they have their specific motivations and sort of just end up in places where they didn't originally want to be, but What are you selling? Bonfire Scatic? Oh, she's selling one of those. It still seems like such a weird item to me, right? So it raises essentially an area up to be New Game Plus strength, in a way. And apparently it also respawns items. But I don't know, considering the areas I've been to so far, I don't really know why I would want that specifically. So I wonder if they just included this if you actually felt like you just wanted more of a challenge your first time through the game, because otherwise these just... I mean, I guess you would be able to, for example, get like a duplicate ring or something if you really wanted to. But at least in like my case, and in the fact that I was... or when you're first playing through the game, you don't really know what's good either. So Huh. And then she just sells normal Titanite shards. Weird. Solar piece. One of the lost miracles preserved only in the undead crypt. Inflicts heavy damage on mindless hollows, but has no effect on anything else. The undead crypt is a place of rest for the living. Those afflicted by the curse can only pray to one day gain entrance. I mean, considering that hollows are pretty much one of the easiest enemy types, I do kind of wonder why you would want this. Dead Again is certainly an interesting name. Hex that casts a dark flame upon corpses, causing them to combust violently. Hexes such as these, that tamper with life itself, are particularly abhorred. Huh. That sounds really cool. Although it would require you to have a corpse nearby if you're fighting another enemy, right? I mean, I guess for PvP, this would probably be kind of funny if you were able to... I mean, depending on how long it takes to actually combust, there's definitely a chance that you'd really be able to troll people with it.
These stones may look all the same, but to the trained eye, each is unique. Some of them are used to smith weapons and armor, and some unique stones provide special benefits. Some of them are extremely rare and should be used with great thrift. None of the differences are easily spotted, but I've learned quite a lot, really.
Also, why does she keep talking about stones, but not let me trade anything with her? She's literally called Stone Trader Cloan. But I guess I haven't found the stones that she's talking about?
Drang Lake. How is it that I ended up here? It's funny. I can't seem to remember.
Yeah, apparently nobody can.
I've searched every nook and cranny here. I suppose it's time to move on. Perhaps we'll meet again, if we live that long.
Thanks for the uplifting talk. Okay.
I suppose it's about time I moved shop.
Yeah, is she literally just... She moves shop? Wait, is she actually going back to Majula? Oh god, all the poison. Ugh. Why are they crawling through it even? Yeah, I mean, I was half expecting her to just have like very, very rare upgrade materials and that you could trade in. I mean, she made it seem like you would be able to trade in like really rare stuff to then get even better upgrade materials, but she really... I mean, she certainly has other stuff, but not upgrade materials, that's for sure. I still have the souls. How does this... What are you... What was he doing when he died? Was he listening to the mountain range or what? What was going on here? And then these ones are actually stuck in the stone? I was thinking about, do I want to do... Well, what do I want to do about the poison, I guess, is the question here, right? Oh, hi. You another respawning one? No. I think I should be able to level first. I want to level first, and then... I don't know, I don't think that I actually have anything that would... Oh, that's really cool. Although, once again, if they have the technology to do stuff like that, where it actually matters how deep you go into the poison pool, in terms of how much it poisons you, that's such a neat upgrade to Dark Souls 1. But then, I guess Bloodborne is a lot less RPG and a lot more action compared to Dark Souls, right? But it does make me kind of wonder why they didn't develop things like this further. Although then again, I haven't played Dark Souls 3, so I don't know if that's maybe in there. I mean, Dark Souls 3 I know a bit more about than Dark Souls 2 because I've seen, I think, Epic Namebro's first playthrough. I don't remember that much though. I mainly watched it sort of on the side and not really... So, I mean, I know the looks of areas and probably the looks of a couple of bosses, but obviously I don't know like specific level layouts or where you can find items. I also don't know much about the sort of gameplay changes. Stuff like this, for example, right? I just don't know whether or not something like this works differently in Dark Souls 3. I guess I just assume a lot about Dark Souls 3 based on Bloodborne, because they look so similar in terms of the sort of the state of the engine that they have in that case. Oh, wait, she actually did return here. Now I know why this message was here. I was... Right. I thought that this message was referring to her, because she moves to certain places, but I see what people were doing. Well...
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, strange how that works. How do you get here so quickly, by the way? She's still selling the exact same stuff, though. That is so weird.
No interest.
I mean, I certainly don't want to say that she isn't an interesting NPC, but in terms of, like, functional stuff or actually useful stuff, I would have much preferred to have, for example, that like big dwarf-looking guy that was drinking in the No Man's Wharf here in Majula. I still don't know where he ended up. Maybe I should have just talked to him more or something? Maybe there was a way to get him to Majula as well, or maybe he'll just appear at some other place and then he'll go back to Majula. But I'd much rather have him because I was able to sell stuff to him and get souls for it. Whereas, well, I mean, she has certain assets, but it's definitely not the items that she sells. Boss Champion Gundia, is that the last boss? Nah, it's not, right? I mean, I don't know the boss names from Dark Souls 3, I don't think. I wouldn't even really remember most bosses at all. Maybe, I mean, once I play through Dark Souls 3, I guess I would probably, like, it would trigger bits and pieces of my memory, and I'd remember having seen those bosses, but right now, I don't think that I would be able to recall what kind of bosses there actually are in Dark Souls 3.
Lest this land swallow you up.
I definitely need to play it though, but that's probably going to be after Elden Ring. I really don't know what I should level. Should I just go with more strength? I mean, I guess that's never really a bad decision. It is just slightly weird to me because Well, the boss that I just fought was pretty easy, right? They didn't do a lot of damage to me. They died very quickly, so that just kind of makes me think that I don't really know what I should level, because I don't really, like, I'm not really missing anything, right? I'm not missing damage, I'm not missing health, I'm not missing, well, anything really. I guess I could go for adaptability, just for the fun of it, since I might be able to heal quicker. Although, again, that hasn't really been an issue for me at all. Although, considering that we're entering an area with poison, adaptability raises your poison resistance the most, right? Out of all? Is there even another stat that raises your poison resistance? I mean, sometimes vitality, right? So, yeah, let's actually go with adaptability and hope that the poison resistance actually helps. I don't think that it will, but it might. 6-9. Do I have something against poison other than items? Reduces poison buildup and cures poison. So I definitely want to equip that, but beyond it, I don't think I necessarily have something. I mean, I obviously have these as well, but I don't really have much of these at all. And I also don't think that there's an NPC who sells unlimited amounts of them, right? I don't think. Well, these ones can be used as well. But the problem is, well, at least in all of the other FromSoft games that I've played, items against poison are never really all that useful, because whenever you are in a poisonous area, it will just poison you again right away, essentially. I mean, it can help, obviously, but I don't know. At least in Dark Souls 1, at the end of Blighttown, I was just running through the poison, and then once I was through it, I would like use one item against it. I wish there would be something that actually like temporarily boosts poison resist, so these could be useful. I only have 3 though. I wonder how long they last. Probably not very long. I still wish that these items would be a lot harder to get, but a lot more effective, right? I wish that they would actually last for like 10 minutes or something, but just be very rare. I guess they aren't that common, but so let's equip the moss, and I don't want to have that much equipped though, but whatever. Let's equip the moss and the fruit, and I want to try out how effective the fruit actually is. And then in terms of rings, I don't think that I have anything that increases poison resistance. No. Do I have... I mean, in terms of clothing, I don't think that I have anything that necessarily would make a big difference here at all. I think I'm probably actually wearing the stuff with the highest poison resistance in most cases anyway. Yeah. Although, that does make me wonder why I'm still poisoned fairly quickly, even though I am already wearing stuff with fairly high poison resistance. I mean, my poison resistance is at 100. Just looking at the stat sheet, right, you would sort of assume that I actually have pretty good poison resistance, but in practice, it doesn't really seem to me to make much of a difference at all. I mean, 6-9. What am I missing? 4, 1,000, right? Yeah. No, 5,000. Is that enough? Maybe? Are these 2,000? Yeah, they are. Oh, perfect. Okay. Guess let's go for one more adaptability. Oh, seriously? The next one doesn't increase poison resistance? Yet another weird thing. So, increasing it from 11 to 12 increased poison resistance by 8. But from 12 to 13 it literally does nothing. And then I expect that from 13 to 14 it will probably increase poison resistance again. Why doesn't it just increase poison resistance with every level, but just by 4 instead of 8 every 2 levels? What? Such a weird thing, right? Ah, well, whatever. Okay. Well, I guess there's really not much else that I can do in terms of being resistant to the poison. I just need to sort of deal with it. I mean, she doesn't even sell anything. This whole place and these NPCs are still so weird to me. That dude sitting in that house over there is literally useless. He doesn't sell anything interesting. The one in the mansion that I found is just standing there wondering about the flames. The cat, while selling interesting rings, I don't know. I mean, I have the one with the faith. Actually, there are quite a few NPCs here. It's just that most of them feel fairly useless most of the time. I don't really know. I mean, obviously it heavily depends on the sort of build that you're going for. Obviously, if you have like a faith build, the lady, over there with the faith stuff is probably more useful to you. But I just felt like overall, the NPCs in Filing Shrine and Dark Souls 1 were just, well, not only more interesting, but certainly more useful in terms of what they were saying and selling as well. Okay. Well, I guess there's not much more that I could do. Let's just try to get through this thing, right? Also, turn on my lights. It's getting slightly darker. Well, to be completely honest though, I do very much like the design of this area though. While usually the poisonous areas are like either in caves or really dark or all sorts of other unpleasant stuff, right? At least here it's, well, the background certainly looks really cool. I really want to get to that place, right? But also just the overall atmosphere is quite alright. I actually like it. Doesn't feel as oppressive as some of the other levels usually do, right? And I know that obviously people will also like that, right? And I get it. It's supposed to be a dark game. I mean, it's literally called Dark Souls. It's called Dark Souls. But at the same time, I sometimes just think, well, just because it's called Dark Souls doesn't mean that it always needs to be the most depressing looking place. What's with him? He almost looks like the ogre you fight in Sekiro, doesn't he? At least somewhat. Wait, is there a guy on top of him? Huh. Can I lure you out of the poison? I can. Or maybe not. Wait, are you serious? Can you please just... Hello. They really do force you into the poison, huh? Whoa! Whoa. What the fuck was that? He just suddenly said, oh yeah, sure, now I'm gonna attack you. What? What's going on with you? What am I missing in terms of this AI design? I still don't really get it. I feel like... Well, at least this mist doesn't keep poisoning you after you've been through it. I'm still, like... I know that I keep talking about it, but... What is going on with this AI design? I can't seem to figure it out, what they were going for with this. Alright, let me actually... I don't think there are necessarily any more dangerous enemies here. Let's try and see what this fruit actually does. I have a feeling it won't do much. Yeah, as I suspected. Oh shit, I ate another one. Oops. And most of these items will also probably be entirely useless. Wait. Fading soul, titan charge. Death? I feel like they went a little overboard in terms of how much damage you actually is dealt to you from the poison. I feel like that's a bit overkill. I don't know. Also, who am I hear somebody moving around. Titanite shard, Titanite shard. Yay, a bunch of useless items. And a torch. Wait, I hear somebody drinking. Is the dude that I was actually talking about here as well? That would be cool. Let's check out this area first. I mean, at least they definitely made this pretty fair, I think, so far. Poison throwing knives. Overall, it's not a really dangerous area. But yeah, I mean, was there a trader that actually sells common fruit to you? There might have been, right? And I think its effects wore off now. But this is... I don't know. This is just underwhelming to me. Why does this item exist in this game? So, I mean, look at the poison build-up here, right? That's... Like, how long does that take? About probably 10 seconds, maybe a bit longer, but somewhere between 10 and 15 seconds to poison me, right? And then, well, this item says... Oh, for fuck's sake. That was the wrong button. Temporarily boosts poison resist. So, does it actually show my stats as well, I wonder? Player status? No. So first of all, that's weird. Maybe I'm missing something. Maybe this is some other type of poison, but that would be, like, weird as well in terms of design, I feel like. But, I mean, it certainly takes longer for me to get poisoned, but not to the extent that it actually... like, does anything, right? Like, what's... There's literally no difference here for me as a player. Oh, wait, why weren't you dead? That's sort of the issue that I always have, and that's so often the case in FromSoft games, where these items are just sort of useless. Well, not entirely useless, but certainly... Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted. Small, smooth and silver stone. Another Titanite shard. I also wonder why I find torches here. I wonder if you can set this poison on fire or something. Hey, a Titanite chunk. Fading soul. Titanite shard. Fading soul. Seal. Get out of here. Use the moss. I don't know. It's... I'm really struggling with decisions like these, right? I wish that they would sort of commit more to the RPG elements of the game, which in any, like, typical RPG, poison resistances would probably be... Well, either their buffs would last for at least 5 minutes, and or they would be actually substantial, right? To the point where, like, something that actually makes more sense to me is, so if 100 poison resistance, which is already fairly insanely high comparatively to the other stats that I have, right? So magic defense being 36, for example. In this particular case, poison resistance of 100 would make you think, oh yeah, that's pretty good, right? It probably requires me to stand in poison for at least 30 seconds or something to actually get poisoned. No, that's not the case at all. It's almost like 100 means 10 seconds, which now I wonder if that's actually the case. If you increase it to 150, for example, if it would literally take 15 seconds. I wonder if that's how it works. But that's sort of... I mean, once again, the point that I'm trying to make here is, why do these items exist? Why does an item like poison moss... Well, I mean, the poison moss at least gets rid of the poison, but why was that fruit even... Why does that even exist in this game if it literally... If the effect is so minor that there isn't really any point in using it? I mean, the sort of time that it takes for you to activate the item itself is probably close to the benefit that you would get from it at the end of the day, right? What is this weird sound? I guess it's from above. Hey, a fragrant branch of yore. Holy shit, with that I'm probably able to finally free the... Oh, yeah, there you are. Hello there. How are you? I've missed you. Please come back to Majula. But yeah, I mean... Also, I think there's something else down there as well. Let me talk to him first. Why is he standing in front of the chest? Raw stone. Let me check out the stuff first. I think I got a couple of things that I... So now we have the poison throwing knives, which again... Yet another example of an item that just isn't really all that useful. I mean, maybe it is in PvP, right? But... Or in some other way? I don't know. I mean, I know that it's always a pretty hard balancing act between making items either too good, right? Because there's certainly like a thin line there where if you make items have really strong effects, it can trivialize other game mechanics, right? But the solution shouldn't be to make the item just not good enough to be used at all. That's certainly sort of the other extreme, right? These dumb fading souls. What the fuck am I supposed to do with those? I have a lot of these now. Another fragrant branch of... I wonder if I forgot about a statue that I haven't unpetrified yet. I mean, of course, the one lady that stuck to the lever in the forest area, right? That's certainly one statue that I still need to deal with. But other than that, I think I got rid of the statue in the Lost Bastille. I got rid of the one that was in front of No Man's Wharf. I got rid of the one in the Things Betwixt. I feel like I'm forgetting one. Maybe not? Shit. I don't remember. I mean, I need to get through multiple areas anyway. Was there another statue in the Forest of the Fallen Giants? Now that I think about it? I don't think there was. And then... Actually, I think I haven't read the description of this. A common accessory of thieves. Shovelly crafted and without much bite. Yeah, cool. I think... I also haven't read these, I think. Lacerating arrow. Inflicts bleeding damage. Tipped with finely sharpened arrowheads. I mean, bleeding so far has actually been, I think, a pretty good effect. It was definitely very beneficial to have for one of the boss fights that I did. Yeah, against the undead chariot, I think I got her to bleed. Which took quite a lot of HP away, and then also the fight, like when I was fighting against that invader NPC back in Huntsman's Copse, I also made them bleed, I think. Why do you find so many Titanite shards here? That just feels weird. Feels like this area should belong like much earlier in the game for some reason. And I have quite a lot of chunks as well. Am I already able to use these? I don't know. Raw stone. Oh, right. Changes the weapon to raw. I forgot about that. Also the fire seed. I think it... Well, either I forgot who is able to upgrade my Pyromancer Flame or I haven't unlocked them. There's still that weird NPC sitting in No Man's Wharf that talks about pyromancy but doesn't actually... like engage with you. He just says, I'm not really interested in you. Same with the guy that's staring at the wall in front of Huntsman's Copse, like before you get to that first bonfire there. So I'm definitely wondering what they're on about and how you can actually interact with them as well. Well, hi. So interesting to me that he's the only NPC you can sell stuff to. I mean, that was already really weird in Dark Souls 1 as well, where after you ring the two bells, the serpent appears in Firelink Shrine, right? And you're able to sell items to them. But before that, you're not able to sell items. Again, such a weird decision. Especially in an RPG, like, selling and buying items is usually one of the first things that you're able to do in most games. Especially considering, like, think about a somewhat new play, like, even me, who was already acquainted with FromSoft games, still went through Undead Burg quite a number of times, right? Either because there were these knights that I wanted to defeat, and obviously I wasn't able to do that on the first try, or just in general, because of the way the area is built up and because of how it sort of loops back to other areas as well, you just go through it a bunch of times, which means that it is very likely for you to get a bunch of those Undead Hollow gear pieces, right? So, for example, I think in Dark Souls 1 I ended up with like 6 or 7, whatever they're called, like undead helmets, stuff like that, right? Hollow clothes and those kinds of things. And, well, I think you can just destroy them or something or throw them away. I think that's a possibility. And obviously they don't, like, if you sell them later on, they don't give you that many souls. It's like 50 souls. And at that point in the game, it's not really worth keeping them. But the point is, why introduce an NPC that you can sell to fairly late into the game? I mean, well, I was messing around a lot in Dark Souls 1, right? At the beginning of the game. It took me quite some time to actually ring the second bell, just because I sort of actually went to all of the areas, and I went through the areas multiple times, and all that kind of stuff, right? So again, I just wonder about that. Why not have? I mean, there are these like normal NPCs or normal NPC vendors that, for example, sell you the guy that sells you the poison moss or a similar item to that in Dark Souls 1. He's very close to Firelink Shrine, right? In that big viaduct in Undead Burg, which is basically sort of the first part of the level. Why aren't you able to sell basic items to them? I mean, they could have still restricted the items that you actually can sell to certain NPCs in a way where you would only be able to sell rare items later on to the snake, right? I don't know. It's just, I'm really wondering what these decisions are, because if you hadn't been able to sell items at all, then all right, that would be a decision that they made at some point, and it would have been fine. I wouldn't really have cared about that. But the fact that you can sell items, but it takes you so long to be able to do so, is just such a weird decision. And the same here, right? You would think that an NPC that you can sell items to would sort of be the first choice for NPCs that come back to Majula, right? So that you would be able to use that function all the time. But instead, Gavlin, is an NPC that's sort of moving about and not going back to Majula. That's such a weird decision. I mean, yes, of course you can make the argument that it fits his character, maybe. But then why make this NPC the one that you can sell stuff to? Why not make the old lady that you meet right at the beginning of the game in the Forest of the Fallen Giants the one that you can sell items to? In my opinion, that would make a lot more sense. I don't know, it just seems so, especially again, compared to other RPGs, it just seems sort of weird and backwards. And I don't think that they did this just to be weird. There has to have been an idea or a certain purpose behind it. And it just bugs me that I can't figure out why. I want to know what led them to decide that he is the only NPC that you can sell to. Where is the point in that? I wonder how that decision came to be, right? Especially with like the girl that we just met at the beginning of this level. She returns to Majula, but seems to be, at least sort of at the start, seems to be completely useless, selling items that I've got more than enough of. Except for the weird curse thing that she's selling. Sometimes I really would like to talk about the devs with these things, right? And what made them decide this? Right, he's also selling the poison moss. And then once again, considering how, well, I mean, unless there is a boss fight in this area that poisons you. But otherwise, this is a bit expensive for something that's ultimately not that useful. I think that's the same thing that he said in No Man's Wharf. Alright, let me see. Pairing data. Do I want to... I mean, I certainly want to sell duplicate items. But I am wondering whether or not I should also sell other stuff that I'm definitely not going to use. Or stuff that is just, like, intrinsically worse than other stuff. The menu is sometimes a bit awkward, I feel like. It's kind of hard to tell which items are actually... I mean, obviously it's easy to tell if you have multiples of an item. It's just not that easy to tell whether or not you want to get rid of something simply because it's just worse than everything else. I do want to keep my rings though. Also, yeah, that's... You can't sell these. Which in a way does make sense. But again, very interesting design decision. I probably want to sell these as well, right? Knife that can instill bleeding. Because I really don't like an inventory that is this sort of full of items that I'm mostly not going to use. Definitely want to get rid of the throwing knives. And these ones, I mean, that's 350 souls, it's not that much, right? But I'm definitely not going to use them at any point in time. So let's just get rid of them. The defensive items, yeah, sure. Boost Dark Defense. Maybe there's going to be a boss fight where those are beneficial. I kind of doubt it, but, you know, you never know. Mid-slide marks one's path. Probably also not really useful. This is quite... This gives you a lot. Temporarily boosts stamina recovery speed. Yeah, I will most likely never use that either. Although then again... Also, why can you hover over the keys if they're all unsellable? So there has to be a key in game that is sellable? Weird. Maybe you can see you can sell the duplicate ones on New Game Plus? I guess? Huh. These I definitely want to keep. I don't know. I mean, ultimately it doesn't really matter, right? I don't need the souls, so I guess I'm just keeping everything. I just wish I would be able to get rid of items that I definitely don't need, just so they don't clog up my inventory all that much. Because it's already kind of annoying to find items if you get new stuff, because it doesn't show you the symbol. What's the message? Hurrah for money bags. Yeah, it would be cool if there were also like money bags in this game, although I guess the souls are those. Like in Sekiro, right? you can literally buy money bags to keep the currency, which would, like, the equivalent of that, I guess, would be if you could buy those lost souls in Dark Souls. That would be kind of funny. Whoa. Oh, there is another chest here. Fire seed. So I really like this effect, right? So the mist in that cave with the treasure chest is just, like, visually as well, it feels a lot more threatening, and then you also get poisoned quicker. It's such a neat effect. I wonder why they didn't... I mean, it's very cool that they improved this mechanic. I just wonder why it doesn't exist in Bloodborne, for example. In Bloodborne, the poison just seems almost... like, it doesn't even really fit the game, I feel like, in Bloodborne. I mean, in the forest, it's fine. I guess in the forest, it's just the serpents that can poison you, right? If I remember correctly. But in Bloodborne, there's the first nightmare that you go to. Is it called the Nightmare Frontier? I think it was. That has very large poison pools, and I honestly think that that doesn't fit Bloodborne, like, at all. That mechanic. Because it completely destroys the actual pacing of the game, right? The thing that Bloodborne does best is certainly that the gameplay itself is just fast, and it's packed full of action, right? And it just feels really, really good. The action gameplay of Bloodborne is incredible. And purposefully sort of hindering you because of the poison just feels so backwards in Bloodborne, right? And now seeing these mechanics here in Dark Souls 2, where they actually improved on the mechanic that was present in Dark Souls 1, just kind of makes me think why they didn't do something completely different than Bloodborne. It feels like in Bloodborne they could have had poison there, but just make it work really, really differently, right? I mean, thinking about the gameplay of Bloodborne, and especially in terms of the mechanic where, like, one of Bloodborne's main mechanics is that you can get back the life that you lose through an enemy's attack by quickly attacking the enemy, right? You can gain lost health back, which makes the whole pacing of the gameplay really, really quick, because you constantly want to counterattack, essentially, right? So I wonder why they then didn't really innovate on stuff like poison and making it sort of part of that gameplay, where maybe being poisoned can actually be an advantage to you in a way. I mean, right now I don't really know how that would work, right? Although that would certainly be interesting to think further about that and think how that might work, or how you might be able to come up with a mechanic that would allow you to I guess make more out of the poison in Bloodborne. And the same goes for Sekiro. I mean, in Sekiro it's much less of a problem, because with the very fast-paced, or not fast-paced, but the traversal mechanics that you have in Sekiro, the few areas where there actually exists poison in it just feel like almost a nod towards the other FromSoft games. I feel like the poison pool in Sekiro is so small and so, like, insignificant overall, especially since you literally can jump over it most of the time. It just feels more like a nod towards poison in other FromSoft games rather than a core mechanic of Sekiro itself, right? And I'm completely fine with that. But in Bloodborne, I'm just wondering about Bloodborne mainly, why, if they actually were innovating on this stuff and have cool things like this in Dark Souls 2, I wonder why Bloodborne sort of goes back to making it like rather boring and actually detrimental to the overall pace of the game. I'm just really wondering about that. Also, did I miss like a cave or something? This is the cave that I was just in, right? And then there wasn't anything to the left here, correct? Nope. Oh, please don't poison me. Ooh, that was close. Holy shit. Alright, so I guess poison area done. I wonder if there's going to be more poison. I feel like there should be, probably, right? Because it would be kind of weird if this was the only poison area here. But at least it doesn't continue right away. Also, it's weird that you can hear him drink through the, like, through the thick stone. It's, I mean, not a big deal at all, but certainly quite the weird sound design. What is that guy? And why does it sound like somebody else is behind me? Guess the drinking guy is just moving about. What's going on here? What are they? Whoa! Okay, lady. Are they ladies? They look kind of naked. Huh. Very fiery ladies indeed. Is there a point to me climbing up here? Guess it just gives me an item. Visions of ranged battle. Hexing urn. Did I already have that? No. Explodes, inflicting dark damage. Huh. Hexed black lacquer? Lace? Lacquer? Explodes, inflicting dark damage. With the dark art of hexing strictly forbidden, who would dare fill an urn with such power? The very origins of the art are unclear. Yet another reason hexing is feared. I would really like to try out these urns on boss enemies. I guess the opportunity just hasn't been there because most bosses have been so easy. All right, let me actually see. Since I leveled up my vitality, so that I'm actually able to use. I wanted to go for the twin blades, obviously, but technically I should be able to wield a bow now as well, huh? Let's try the short bow and I guess the iron arrows for now. They actually... Okay. Calm down, calm down. They look pretty sexy, I think. Don't they? Once again, like with the lady that we found at the start of the level, seemingly a bit, unusual for this type of level. Okay, how does the bow work? Whip with R1 and then... Wait, what? Wait, can't I? Oh yeah, this way. Hello there. So, wait, how do I shoot? Sorry. Sorry. Very strange indeed. Also, to be completely honest, ranged combat still feels kind of OP, doesn't it? I mean, I guess they're also hitting me at range, so it's just fair that I'm able to do the same thing. Well, yeah. Wait, how's my 51? Wait, is the bow that light? How much does it weigh? 1? Wait, didn't I not equip it because I thought that it was too heavy? It's only weighing 1? Oh well, I mean, I guess that means I'll equip it from now on. And what's their deal? Are they, like, watching over these other guys? Are they, like, prison guards or something? What? Huh? Why are they suddenly attacking me? Because I killed their friend? What? Weird. So this definitely opens. It's a bit weird that you're not able to destroy it, since there's definitely other stuff in this game that very much looks the same, made out of wood, that's also destroyable, but... oh, okay. These messages never disappoint, huh? Try two-handing chest. Yeah. Okay. Sure. They almost... They kind of look like 2B, don't they? I mean, well, not. They obviously don't look like 2B, but... With those, with the shoes that they're wearing? Holy shit. What's your deal, lady? Also, what's their weapon? What the fuck is that? Is that a mirror? A mirror that can throw fire, I guess? How does that work? Also, there's a weird gravestone up there. I mean, with prison guards like that, who wouldn't want to be imprisoned here, huh? Although I guess these guys kind of went mad with that. Oh, it's just another Dragon Charm, Wilted Dusk Herb. The wilted one I think I already had, right? No, that's a Twilight. Yeah, that's this one. Restores many spell users. Well, that certainly explains why they can constantly fire at you. Dragon Charm cures poison and greatly restores HP, so that's sort of the upgraded version to this one. Once again, what's the point of these items? I mean, yes, we are in a poisonous area, but this is the only one that I found so far. In all of the game so far, I found 3 of these. And their effect lasts for about, I mean, considering that it takes about 10 seconds for me to get poisoned, essentially these would mean that I would be able to stay in poison for about 20 seconds longer, probably, because it cures poison, then it would need to be built up, and they also restore HP. I don't know. Again, it just feels like the rarity of these items doesn't really correspond to their actual effect. Also, why are there these wind... What are they called? Wait, I need to look up that word. I feel like I should know it. Sorry. I need to look up... What are they called? Windmill. Wait, what the fuck? Why didn't I remember that? The windmills here. I wonder what their purpose is, because this looks like a quarry, right? Or a prison quarry, I guess, right? So why have windmills here? What would be their point? I guess maybe to grind the stone. Yeah, that could be, right? So maybe they're turning the... I'm just noticing, by the way, that that thing sort of floats. At least one of its feet floats. It doesn't seem entirely safe. But yeah, I guess their purpose would have been to grind the stone that they, well, collect here. Or maybe grind ore, if there's ore here. Huh. Definitely interesting in a way. Okay, with those crystal lizards over there, that's most certainly a trap, isn't it? What? Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, that's not unfair at all. What the hell? Sure, I guess. Why is there a bonfire here? What the hell? The mines. Huh. I don't know. I mean, well, yeah, sure, I'm through the first poisonous area here, but at the same time... I am confused about the bonfire placement. I mean, maybe it's just the way that I've been moving through areas, or maybe it's my sort of my own pacing. But it also feels like that the bonfire placement in Dark Souls 2 is weirdly inconsistent. In terms of the... Like, sometimes they give you bonfires just right away, without any hurdles, even though the places that you've been through weren't really that dangerous at all. But then, you know, in Huntsman's Corpse, they actually lock the bonfire, make you fight an NPC invader to get the key. And, you know, if I hadn't killed that NPC invader, I would have had to go through the entire area again. I mean, in terms of distance, it's not that bad, but at the same time, it's certainly... Yeah, I don't know. And again, these ladies here, like, they have like a big mirror. They don't look like guards guarding a mine, right? They look like mages that would belong, well, at the high court of the king or something. Interesting enemy design, certainly. Alright, what's the deal with these guys? Why are there so many of them here? Titanite shard, large titanite shard. Pale stone. I think I haven't had that before. Whoa, okay. Well, that's gonna be annoying. What is this thing doing here? What a weird place. I guess you're supposed to sort of not look at the ground and then maybe fall down into the poisonous area? Weird. What did I get? A pale stone? Is that something new? Twinkling Titanite. Pale stone. Oh, no, I had one of those. Removes additional powers from equipment. Okay, cool, I guess. And then you can just literally rest at this bonfire here, immediately go back and get the other crystal lizards. Okay, I guess. I mean, yeah, I think the point here is sort of that... Ah, yeah, well, never mind. What? Wait. That's why they're here. They try to lure you into the poison. Oh well, that's unfortunate. Tongue butt trap. The fuck? Oh, there's a big dude behind the wood over there. What do you mean with tongue? Is this the way? This feels like an optional area, but maybe it's not. Huh? Can you destroy these? No. Very interesting. So you're forced to go back through the poison if you fall down there. What's up with you? Oh yeah. He actually does go through there. I was wondering. What the fuck? I guess that 36 magic resistance really is pretty bad, huh? What the hell? Well, he dealt a lot more damage than I was expecting. Holy shit. That was a one-shot. Oh, for fuck's sake. Why is the frickin' maze so weird in terms of hitting enemies sometimes? I mean... Oh, wait, what? The wood is just destroyed now, or what? apparently he doesn't have any kind of other attack, though. It also... That was quite funny, how the guy on top of him is just falling down when you kill him. Interesting. Wait. I can't destroy this. Can you lure him to destroy it? That would be kind of cool, actually. But... yeah, so they only attack with dark magic, apparently. They're doing nothing else? Huh. Interesting. And in this place, you can't go back. Like... I mean... yeah, it's definitely fine to have areas where you can't go back. Oh, I never noticed how weird they look. No, he actually does look different, right? I think the design of that guy is pretty different to the one that we've seen in Huntsman's Corpse, right? He looks a lot more hollow and like weird, zombie-like compared to the guy back there. But yeah, I mean, again, think about the treasure chest that is up there, right? That makes sense. You're dropping down like 2-3 meters, right, to the treasure chest. And obviously it would be hard to get back up, so you're kind of trapped there. You have to go back through the poison. In this case, it's literally like the drop is not even, or is about half my body height. This is just ridiculous. I don't know why, like, why include something like this in the game? They could have just literally, the area where I'm standing right now, just put it 2 meters deeper into the ground, and suddenly it does make a lot more sense to be that way, right? Why do this? Why highlight that your game doesn't have climbing? Such a weird decision. Oh, fuck. There's 4 of them? Seriously? How the hell is that supposed to work? Oh, fuck. Four of them? Oh, one of them, I guess. Wait, are you supposed to lure them up here, or how is this supposed to... Whoa! I didn't see the small guy. Also, they're really confused. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Shit. Can I destroy these? Yeah. Guys, can you, like, wait for a second here? Is this just a dead end? What the fuck? Can they... The problem is I feel like that they'll sort of all hit me at once, right? Why is that hitting me? It's unfair. Oh wait, that's not the guy I just fought. Shit. Okay, he looked at me weirdly. Oh fuck! Nope! Nope, 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 nope. Shit, what the fuck's... What is wrong with you? Why are you still standing up here? Why didn't you come down with the other guys? I hate it when they do stuff like this, because it forces you to do these awkward things where you sort of have to, I guess, you know, try to trick their AI into doing weird stuff like this, where they just keep running after you. Alright, first one's dead. Oh, that guy has a lot more health, and he also completely missed me for some reason. Can you stop falling down, you idiot? Alright. That was a bit too close for my liking. Wait, where's the... Nope! Such a weird encounter, right? I mean, I'm sure that you can probably parry them as well. Like, you can make this a lot less awkward looking, I guess, right? And of course now I die. Fucking hell. The entire time they were not able to hit me, like, at the same time. Only one of them was ever hitting me, and then of course at the point where I almost killed them, they actually hit me. Whatever. It's just such a, again, such an awkward decision. I guess I know, well, what am I, can I, yeah, alright, that works. Also, what was that sound? The fuck? He also respawns. Alright, let me see. Can I lure you into opening this door for me? Can you walk towards me, please? Maybe? Maybe not? The problem is he's sort of moving back, right? Yeah, you can't... That's cool. Wait, did he actually do some kind of melee attack, or was that sort of on accident that he hit me there? That's pretty cool that you can do that. Torch. Soul of Lost Undead. Old Knight Pike and Old Knight Great Shield. Oh wait, there's something more. Radiant Life Gem, Smooth and Silky Stone. Well, not really worth it, all things considered, but still cool that you're able to do that and lure him into this place. A bit awkward in terms of how it works, but whatever. Also, considering that I just used my bow very effectively, I kind of want to try that again. Can I hit you from here? Probably not, right? This is going to be very awkward. Oh shit. Wait. I need to do this first. Can I hit you? Let's see. Of course that doesn't work. Fucking hell. Nope. That would have been too easy, right? So, I guess let's do the exact same thing again. For fuck's sake. The only thing that I'm really annoyed at is the fact that they... I don't know, I mean, you should be able to parry them, technically. Oh fuck, that was really unfair. Small guy's just running after them as well. Full moon sickle. Ah fuck, I completely forgot to actually read the other entrances. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's really annoying when they sort of run past each other. Whoops. Just need to keep an eye out whether or not the second one behind him is actually attacking me as well. So the only bigger problem. It almost looked like he was sort of running towards or against that small poor dude here. Come up here. Come on. It's also really annoying that they constantly switch places, and then the little dude is just too dumb to get up to me at all. What? For fuck's sake, what am I doing? I'm almost kind of like risking way too much at the end of it. Okay, that's the guy that's almost dead, so I'll kill you. And now you shouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, the thing is, like, fighting one of them is just really... Ugh. I mean, they do take away a lot of... Nope. I'm already doing dumb stuff again. What the fuck? The way his head twists awkwardly. His attacks track a lot more than you would think they do. Well, this was certainly awkward, annoying, and weirdly funny and fun at the same time. Oh boy. I'm never really... I don't know. The point is, right, even if you... I guess if you're a really good Dark Souls 2 player, Dark Souls in general, whatever, you'd probably be able to counter them, right? I'd imagine that parrying them is definitely an option, and that would be a lot more elegant in terms of Simpleton Spice. I think I already got that at one point. But that would be certainly a lot more elegant in terms of dealing with these guys, right? Does this say illusionary wall? Of course it does. Well, in a way, at least. But yeah, I feel like, obviously, you know, there's a lot more elegant solutions to this whole thing. But then at the same time, the game doesn't really promote that. I don't know, it's such an almost awkward situation altogether that I do almost wonder if you're even meant to fight them, or if the whole idea here is that you sort of just run through it, try to quickly pick up everything that exists here, and get out as fast as you can, right? I am wondering whether or not that's sort of the intended way of dealing with this, because unless you are really, really good at backstepping and parrying, and even then, I feel like you could definitely get into a situation where, because that sometimes does happen, right? Especially if you parry, kill one of them, that sort of, deletes his, what's it called? Like the physical model within the game world, right? Making it so that the other guys can potentially hit you. And I feel like that's very much a thing that can just happen if you try to, parry them and stuff. I don't know. It is just weird to me why these encounters exist like that. Especially since you don't have a choice, right? It's literally an ambush of all four. There's no way to trigger them individually or anything like that. Ooh, Simpleton Spies. Lowest required intelligence by one for chosen spell. Well, that sounds pretty cool. Because I was wondering if I should go for, at least a bit of magic. Although probably, that might be a thing for New Game Plus in the future, depending, right? But at this point, I don't know if I can feasibly integrate magic into my build all that well, considering that I've put so much into, vitality and strength and dexterity at this point. It would be pretty overkill, especially since I'd also have to not only increase intelligence, but also increase attunement at the same time. What was the rest that I just found? So I definitely found new daggers, right? And a new Old Knight Greatsword. Was it this one? No. Greatsword enchanted. It was something old, right? Mace, Morningstar, Craftsman, Large Cloud, Trinket. Old Knight Pike. This one. Wait. It was this one, wasn't it? Huh? So, does this mean that the guys that I just fought are basically the same people as the ones in Heights Tower, just without their, they all had these scythes, though, not the pike. Why is this lying here? Because this is literally the same as the Old Knight Halberd and Old Knight Greatsword, right? Wielded by a warrior from a time so ancient that there exists no records. Has extremely... What? Why is this lying here? That does somewhat suggest that these guys that I just fought are also, from the same people or whatever than the big dudes in Heights Tower. It just means that they maybe went hollow as well, whereas the ones in Heights Tower Well, I mean, aren't they also hollow? Full moon sickle? That's the weapon they're actually using, right? A large sickle with a round blade. Just said they're using 2 of them. The thin blade, fortified with braden steel, slices with a fine smoothness, hooks into flesh, then rips it apart to cause bleeding. Sounds pretty violent, but yeah, imagine being attacked by a thing like this and it hitting your body. Holy shit, that must hurt. I mean, you're probably dead in a lot of cases, but yeah, I think you get what I'm getting at, right? Huh. That is so weird, right? What is the proper connection here? Old Knight Great Shield. Undated Ancient Great Shield. That's the same description. So what's sort of the assumption that we're supposed to make here? Is the assumption that the guys that had just fought here sort of laid down their original armor or original weapons and then picked up the scythes when they went hollow because they maybe, I don't know, weren't really able to properly wield their old equipment anymore? Something along those lines? I really don't know what to make of this. What are they getting at here? Because the person we found this on certainly wasn't the person wielding it, right? Because these just look like normal dudes, like normal corpses. Whereas the people that also dropped this ancient or old knight gear stuff from Heights Tower, I mean, they're a lot bigger in their physical nature. So, I mean, like the dudes that we killed, right? Once again, a Titanite shard. Also just interesting that they're suddenly giving you so many Titanite shards here. Red Leech Troches. The fuck is that? I wonder what that means, because, like, not the item, but the Titanite shards. Did they specifically put them here, especially with the lady at the beginning? Maybe they put them here to sort of make you aware of, hey, you know, you can upgrade another weapon if you like. Maybe that's why they placed them here? Because otherwise that's weird, right? That there are so many of them here as well. Such a... Huh. Once again, just such a... I guess you could call it unconventional decision? But unconventional to a point where you're like really confused as to why they did it that way. I guess the good thing is that now I got all the items here, so I can, with the bonfire this close, I can definitely check out the poison caves below this whole thing, below this whole place. So I guess that's a good thing. Alright, what are those leeches that I just found? Wait, were they called leeches? Those are the spices. We found another one of these. So these can theoretically drop the petrified dragon bone, right? But it's not guaranteed. It can turn into other stuff as well. At least that's what happened to me last time. Oh, it's these, the troches. Oh, temporarily boosts bleeding resist. Once again, the first time that I found these, I found the dark troches once. If there was an actual enemy that I had trouble with, because they were casting dark stuff, these would be completely useless to me, unless I would be able to defeat them, like, in the same try where I actually use the item. Well, so now I'm also missing, I'm still missing the treasure chest, and then I guess you're forced to actually enter this poisonous area? I mean, the problem is that it will probably poison me very, very quickly. So if there are enemies down there as well, I will probably die pretty much right away. Or rather, it will be fairly difficult. I could rest at the bonfire, although that would mean to respawn this big dude up here. Not that it would be a big problem. Alright, let's go down here first. At least there's a ladder here. Let's see. Poison stone, rotten pine resin. I guess that's also to make your weapon poisonous? Poison stone. Yeah, the pine resin. That's this one. Apply poison to right-hand weapon. That is interesting because... didn't I have another item that did that as well? Or am I misremembering that? So interesting, right? That exists here. Utilizing these items especially, most boss fights would have been even more trivial than they already were, I feel like. Wait, and what was the other thing? This one, right? The poison stone? Makes equipment poisonous. Considering that my bleeding mace is actually pretty good in terms of the bleeding effect, or, well, pretty good might be an overstatement, but certainly advantageous. I do wonder, I have a feeling that poison is actually fairly good in this game, in terms of using it against bosses, potentially. Holy shit, you can literally see nothing in here. Are those skeletons? I think they are, huh? What the fuck is this? You can literally see nothing. Without these messages on the ground, this would be impossible to navigate. What the hell? Alright, now I'm here again. Well, that didn't help me at all. Alright, I did not expect this to be as sort of difficult to navigate as it was. Great. What the fuck? This is actually almost impossible to navigate. I can't even see whether my character is moving forward or not. What the hell? Wait, this is literally where I came from. Yeah, this is honestly a bit of an overkill. Are you meant to like use a torch here? Maybe you are? Oh. Simpleton spice. Well, fuck. This is certainly not where I wanted to end up. Cool. Okay. Oh shit, I'm dying. Huh. I guess you can use these holes in the ground to navigate the place a bit better. I wonder if there's a point in dropping down to the poisonous area from over there as well. I mean, there were certainly a couple of items that you could find there. I don't know if it's really worth it to go down there again, though. It really does feel more like an area that is meant to trap you, rather than actually something where... Because it's like the poison is so dense that it's pretty much impossible to pick out where you're supposed to go. I mean, I guess I can try it once more. Maybe that's why they decided to place a bonfire here. Although, yeah, once again, I'm not really sure about these placements, right? Because making this poisonous area as difficult to traverse as they did almost force them to put a bonfire really, really close to it, right? And I'm honestly not entirely certain if that's the right decision in terms of level design. I mean, again, the atmosphere that the poison creates is certainly pretty cool. The fact that it does have this fairly strong effect is kind of a neat thing, I feel like. And with the torch you are actually able to traverse it. I don't want to go this way. So, I mean, I guess that's cool. You know what? This is actually the first area that properly utilizes the torch mechanic. I'm just realizing that. That's actually pretty, cool, I guess. Wait, so I dropped down here? This led me somewhere else though, right? Oh no, literally. Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that's a bit underwhelming then. These two just lead you here. There's literally no other like way they lead you. And then this is the one with the staircase. There might be more here then, huh? There's Mr. Skeleton. And no, this is literally what? Maybe I shouldn't actually maybe I shouldn't have actually used the torch. This sort of took the magic out of this area a little bit. Because it just feels like it feels a lot more there isn't that much to it, huh? There's literally the treasure the chest over there, and it just connects back to here. And then those two holes just connect to the next area. Although that does mean that the other place where you can jump down should connect to somewhere else entirely then, huh? Oh. That's a weird spawning distance. Also, why does it, like, it fades in fairly well, but then just disappears when you move away. Such a weird way of loading and unloading assets, right? You would think that the unloading and loading parts would be fairly similar in terms of their design to make them visually consistent. Guess not. Alright, let's go to Majula quickly to level up once, because I have enough souls, and then I'm going to try to take my torch to the last poisonous area that I haven't looked at. Although there might be... You think there is a reason to go to the other area first? Is this even enough? Oh, barely enough. The adaptability stat is still weird to me, because I feel like I'm actually pretty good in terms of how quickly I can use items. And increasing poison resistance from 100 to 108 isn't going to do that much, right? I mean, I am going to put it into adaptability once more, I think, just because I don't really know what else to do. Then again, the big dudes in this area that I was just in, it does feel like you actually need a bit more damage compared to what I currently have, which is rather interesting. Although, you know what? I haven't actually looked at the smith and reinforcing my weapons for a long time. Let's see, if I reinforce my stuff, can I actually do that? It only requires one Titanite chunk to get to 7. Or to +7, rather. I should probably do that. I kind of want to stick with the Morning Star, I feel like. Even though, against most normal enemies, the mace would probably be the better choice, because the bleeding build-up is probably just not quick enough on normal enemies. But I kind of want to stick with the Morning Star for now. The only issue that I have is that if I level up the Morning Star right now, that kind of means that I'm, you know, the Dragon Rider Twin Blade is going to be a bit more of a problem. because it gets worse and worse comparatively, right? I mean, I still need one petrified dragon bone to even get it to +2. And +2, at least according to those stats, means that it has 210 attack, whereas the upgraded version of this has 187 plus the bleeding effect. Although, well, I mean, so the upgraded mace to +7 would get me 204. So technically this would be better, right? Unless the enemy has a fairly high magic defense stat. So they should be fairly similar in terms of the damage, even the +7 upgraded stuff. Alright, I need to keep that in mind. So as soon as I'm like done with the next part of the level, I will probably come back here and actually upgrade my weapon. And also I want to very quickly go back to things betwixt to exchange the petrified something or whatever it's called. I also still find it weird that the bonfire here in the things betwixt isn't closer to the nest that exchanges the items. I feel like that should be, I don't know. This run back here seems a bit unnecessary, to be completely honest. Dark Knight Stone, what the hell is that? That's new, right? Dark Knight. Imbues equipment with dark. Wow. I mean, I guess it makes sense that that exists as well. An altered state of Titanite. Used to imbue weapons with dark or to provide dark reduction to shields. Wait, what? You can do that as well? I didn't realize. Well, yeah, of course, you can upgrade the shields, right? So upgrading stuff or upgrading shields with these specific stones means that you increase the resistances to those things. That's actually really, really good. So you could theoretically probably, I mean, there are shields who already come with a sort of fairly high resistance stat in certain areas. So I wonder if this would actually make it possible to almost have like 100% reduction even against magic attacks. That would be pretty awesome. Also, I have the Fire Drake Stone. If this provides fire reduction, I actually need to look at the smith for that. I do want to look at that because I think I should have shields with a pretty high fire resistance stat. Let's see. 65, 70. This one has 70, and I can wield it. That's the... Oh no, that's the old knight's shield, not from the pursuer. Blossom kite shield? So the old knight's shield, I mean, that has the problem with the durability, right? Also, it's pretty heavy. So using something like this would actually probably be better. I wonder if I use the flame stone thing. If I would use that to increase, for example, this shield's fire resistance, I wonder how far it increases that. I mean, obviously I can just go to the smith and look at it. Considering that the highest that I have currently is 70, I don't think you can get to 100. But it would be quite funny if that was possible. I mean, for example, I'm thinking about the dragon in Heights Tower, right? That's still blocking my path. I wonder if you could sort of completely trivialize his fire breath with this sort of shield. Although with the amount of fire that he has or that he breathes, maybe it would like literally take most of your stamina away. But that is something, considering that I don't really want to use fire weapons at all, that might be a good idea to use that upgrade material, I feel like. Alright, so let's There. Petrified something. Let's leave this here. They're nice. They're smooth. Yeah. I am... Dark Souls, especially Dark Souls 2, can just be weird. In Dark Souls 1, I mean, I don't think that this nest that can exchange items has a lot of context in Dark Souls 1 either. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that they ever really, like, explain it that much. But again, I'm saying again all the time again. Haha. But, you know, there's literally no context here, like whatsoever. That thing just exists for some reason, and you sort of have to accept that it does. Why is there not even a hint that would at least sort of... It doesn't even need to explain why they exist, or explain what they are, or how this works, or whatever, right? But at least like some tiny bit of information that would... Because the problem here is, right? And I don't want to get into too much of a tangent about this, but the problem here is, I feel like, at least in my opinion, it just feels like this very awkward thing, right? It doesn't really feel like it fits into the game at all. And literally giving you absolutely nothing in terms of information about what they are, or what they could be, or literally nothing about that, right? Unfortunately, that's... I don't know. I'm taking it just as a gameplay element, right? I completely stopped acknowledging it as an actual part of the world, or of the lore, or anything like that, right? It's just, oh, hey, I go there, I exchange an item that I found, and I get back an upgrade item for a weapon. That's literally how I'm looking at it, right? I'm completely disregarding any kind of lore or any kind of other sort of explanation or information about them, because nothing like that actually is provided by the game. And I feel like that's so lackluster. It's very unfortunate. And again, obviously I haven't completed the game, so I can't say for certain whether or not there might be. There might also be dialogue that I missed, or something that hints at their existence, or somewhat explains who they are, or why they came to be, why they're sitting there in the nest, why we can't see them, right? It's just such a... I don't know. What's the point? They could have just put any NPC vendor there, right? And it kind of would have been the same thing. I mean, well... I guess the fact that you even have to leave items for them to exchange them there would be something that a lot of players don't even know about, right? I mean, I certainly probably wouldn't have known about it had I not seen somebody do that. Like, I think after I played Dark Souls 1, I actually started watching the very old playthrough that Epic Namebro still has up on YouTube. When he played through Dark Souls 1, I think it's called, like, From the Dark or something. It's a pretty cool series. Where he practically, you know, does sort of a walkthrough, let's play thing of the game, but he also shows, like, item locations. It's sort of a very cool mix between guide and walkthrough and let's play. And... well, I mean, obviously he showed in that there is this way to exchange items like that in Dark Souls 1. And I think I never really did that in Dark Souls 1 because they are... this particular item exchange is in the Undead Asylum, I think. So the very first part of the game. But I think you can only do it once you return to it later on, right? And I don't think I actually ever found it. I think that was my issue. I didn't even know that it existed because it is sort of on the side of the like beginning area. So once you are through the Undead Asylum right at the start of the game, right, you sort of go up this hill, and then you're taken to Firelink Shrine, right? And on that path up the hill, to the right somewhere, is this nest. And if you don't know about it, if you've never seen it or interacted with it or anything really, it just looks like a random bird's nest that's just sort of part of the environment. I guess considering the very, very low amount of objects that exist within Dark Souls 1's world, you almost have to assume that every object that looks sort of unique is something you can interact with, right? But especially at the start of the game, you certainly wouldn't know that. And then even later on, that's not entirely true for everything, right? There are certainly parts of the environment in Dark Souls 1 that have sort of unique or at least somewhat special objects that don't really do anything. I don't know why this it's such a weird decision. I mean, it might be some sort of reference, it might be some sort of Easter egg or anything like that. I don't know. It just doesn't really work within the game, I feel like. Am I alone in that, like, with that opinion? I mean, I don't even think that it's bad. It's just, I don't know, unnecessary is sort of my point.
You've been a long way. What would you like?
Well, a lot, but I don't know that we can...
one thing to provide, and we both know what that is.
Whoa. Well... She even starts flirting with you, huh? Sort of unfortunate that you don't have that many items.
None. No interest.
What's her deal? Like, did they just include her to have some, like, boobs in the game? What's going on here? Why is she here? Also, once again, like, the Crestfallen in this game is also a pretty big disappointment, I feel like. The Crestfallen in Dark Souls 1 has this really cool, snarky way of commenting on the things that you're doing, right? And also on the other NPCs that appear throughout the game in Firelink Shrine. Like, he pretty much, in a way, does provide a little bit of help and hints for you in Dark Souls 1, but at the same time he's just very snarky and very sort of kind of looks down on the other people that appear in Firelink Shrine as well.
I will always be here. Did you notice any...
He's not changed his dialogue one bit since the start of the game. Not one bit. And he's just sitting here, I don't know, moping? I don't know what his deal is exactly. Maybe he changes his dialogue if you actually rank up the Covenant a bit more? Although that would be... Well, I mean, it would be nice if I would be able to do it. The problem is I can't use the blue cracked eye orbs for some reason. I don't know how to use them either. Well, whatever. Let's go back to the poison, I guess. I know it sounds like I'm complaining a lot, right? I'm actually not. I still like Dark Souls 2. It's not that I dislike the game or anything. It's just, once again, I feel like it had a lot more potential. Definitely. There's just all kinds of parts of this game that feel like they could have had just so much more potential than what they ultimately ended up doing with them. And yeah, I don't know, that's always my biggest problem. So I don't have necessarily an issue with games that are just not that good, right? Obviously games, some games are better, some games are worse. That's just always the case, right? And games can be all kinds of different things depending on, well, their, I guess, development environment, and sometimes games just end up worse than they originally were meant to be simply because of some unfortunate events during development or whatever. Oh, this literally kills you. Nice. Cool. The fuck? I had almost forgotten how often Dark Souls 2 tries to troll you. So I guess it's actually been too long, hasn't it? Since the game trolled me that hard. Well, at least now I know that there isn't actually anything interesting back there. But yeah, that's... I guess, to come back to that point, right? That's always how I tend to look at games. I usually... If I'm sort of rating games for myself, or if I'm thinking about, well, what kind of games do I like most, then I always find myself sort of thinking about, well, what kind of potential did the game have, and how much of it is actually fulfilled, right? And I guess sort of the basic parts, or the basic gameplay of Dark Souls 2 certainly is still very good. It's still a FromSoft game. It very much inherits a lot of the good stuff that FromSoft games have. But at the same time, right, Dark Souls 2 feels like they actually tried to innovate. It feels like they actually tried to do new things. They actually tried to figure out other ways of, you know, coming up with interesting mechanics and ways of designing their game, right? I mean, for example, the way the poison is designed here, the fact that it actually matters how thick it is, and it matters how deep you go into poison pools. Then we have the torch, obviously, which is a heavily underutilized mechanic that feels like they plan to do much, much more with it, but then just for whatever reason weren't able to do so. Also, again, the PvP, or the Covenants rather, seem not necessarily improved. I wouldn't call it improved, but certainly different. It feels like they were meant to play a much bigger part, even in a PvE environment compared to Dark Souls 1 as well. And none of those things that I just mentioned come even close to realizing their potential, right? And the same certainly holds true for the environment, the lore, the story, the NPCs, especially, or even compared to Dark Souls 1. The NPCs, the way they act, the dialogue that they have, how often they change that dialogue, all of that is kind of worse compared to the first game. And then also, again, Dark Souls 1 just has this really deep mystery about it, right? This really deep-rooted ancient lore. And even though a lot of the later areas in Dark Souls 1 definitely feel unfinished, they still manage to instill this feeling in you that they're meant to be this almost a realm of the gods, right? Something that is so far removed from the actual human world, to the point where you literally feel like walking through some god's domain or something, right? And you are the one that is traveling to all these places to be the chosen undead. And you actually feel like you have allies in the first game as well, right? Whether it be the snake, although I'm still not really certain if it's meant to be good or evil, but that's sort of the point, right? You have the Crestfallen, you have like the Pyromancer guy, right? And somehow the way, like the things that they say, and well, the dialogue that they have, and the way that it changes with certain important parts throughout the story, all of that makes for a pretty good experience overall in Dark Souls 1. Again, Dark Souls 1 has a lot of shortcomings, it has a lot of problems, but it manages to do a lot right. The things that Dark Souls 1 does poorly are mostly things that feel like they just either didn't have enough time left to implement them properly, or they're just not very polished. It's sort of Dark Souls 1's biggest issue, I feel like. The polish of the game is just really bad. And that doesn't take away from the things that they're trying to do, though, right? Even though the polish is missing, most of it still sort of fulfills its potential. It's just that it sometimes does have awkward moments to it, or there are certain areas of the game that again, just feel unfinished. But the things that they're doing are still fulfilling their potential. You don't feel like Dark Souls 1 is missing its potential. Whereas Dark Souls 2 feels like they took 2 steps back and wanted to move 5 steps forward. But they took 2 steps back and then just didn't move forward, right? They sort of took, I guess if you try to find an analogy to it, right? Dark Souls 2 feels like they took 2 steps back from the first game, wanted to move 5 steps forward, but then instead of doing that, they circled for 5 steps, right? They sort of implemented the basic first steps of actually improving the game and innovating on the stuff that they had before. But instead of moving it forward, they sort of moved sideways, right? Or in a circle, or whatever you want to call it, right? They didn't actually improve it. They made something innovative, or at least fundamentally changed some things, but didn't actually utilize what they were implementing in a weird way. I don't know. I wonder how that happened. That's sort of the thing, right? Because Dark Souls 2 seems to have such a good starting point. When you start the game, right, everything's better. It feels like the animations are slightly better compared to the first game. The graphics are certainly better compared to the first game. It even starts off, I would say, in a lot more interesting way. The first cutscene, where there are even 2 cutscenes really, right? Whereas the first game only sort of has this introductory cutscene and then just sort of throws you out into the world. The second game has another follow-up with the 3 witches, right? That apparently are old firekeepers, which is never touched upon at any point in the entire game so far. Nothing has actually looped back to the beginning of the game. Nothing. Which is why have this cool introductory cutscene to those apparently old firekeepers when nothing in the game then ever mentions them ever again? And it also never really prompts you to go back to them. I mean, you can, but the only reason why you would do it is if you want to reallocate your stat points, which is such an underwhelming way to try to get you to go back to them. And even if you do, there's really nothing there for you, right? Except if you actually want to reallocate your stat points. I don't know, it just seems like they have such an incredible foundation with Dark Souls 2, especially considering, right, the context of when it came out, and I mean, it is a fairly old game at this point. And then you see all this potential and it's just not realized, like, at all. It's so weird. Okay, who's trying to hit me? Whoa, that's a big hammer. What the Where are you standing? It's one of the sexy fire mages, right? What? Huh? Oh. What? 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 Where the fuck are you? She's standing like somewhere up there? Why would she be able to throw fire at me from there, though? I feel like that's almost... Is that buggy or something? I don't think she did that before when I entered that area. Let's reset it for a second and see if that happens again. I don't know, Dark Souls 2 is just such an interesting study in game design, I feel like. Really just this sort of... What? Huh? The enemy hasn't even spawned in. What? That can't be right. Is that supposed to happen? I mean, I guess? Oh, whoops. Almost fell into the poison. Do I still have? Yeah, I still have poison moss. Well, that's certainly going to be annoying, huh? I mean, these big dudes are just doing nothing. Another large Titanite shard. Ooh, yeah, that was a bad idea. Holy fuck, can you please stop throwing fire at me? What the fuck? Although, you know what? Oh. Wait. Can I kill him from here? How much damage does that actually do? 100. Is the other guy moving towards me? Sure sounds like he is. Where can I actually buy arrows, though? Now that I'm using them currently. Ugh, of course he's moving back. What the fuck? I don't want to deal with them like this. It's just so boring. Oh, for fuck's sake. Seriously? Can you please just die? $61? How does that work? Bye-bye. For fuck's sake. Where the hell am I even supposed to go now that I think about it? I could move to the right, but then I have to deal with the big hammer guy. And I guess going down into the poison pool isn't even really that worth it, all things considered. Well, unless I want to kill that guy, obviously. Also, the fire that's raining down is just incredibly inconsistent. What the fuck? Why did it still poison me? Seriously? I felt like I should have actually avoided that dark magic ball. What the f... Can you please hit him? What the fuck? Okay. I have a feeling, though, that the hammer dude is jumping down towards me. Probably. Skeletons as well. And I also have a feeling that at some point they're just going to hit me with the frickin' fireballs and just instantly kill me for some weird reason. Chameleon. Dragon Charm? Washing Pole. And a Titanite Shard. What the fuck is Chameleon supposed to be? Oh, isn't that... I think that should be a spell. Well, I mean, it most certainly is. It just literally said so, but... well, that fire is annoying. Alright, let me take a look. What the hell did I actually got here? Did I get here? What am I saying? Was there anything new? Also, the whole repair mechanic is weird. It was actually pretty cool at the beginning of the game, and now it's just completely trivial somehow, or it just doesn't play a role at all. Even though, once again, the way the repair mechanic works in this game is actually a lot better compared to Dark Souls 1. A lot better compared to Bloodborne, by the way. Right? The way repairs work in this game actually makes sense in a gameplay way, right? And it's actually like a worthwhile mechanic. But it's, once again, not really utilized. It could be such an interesting way of actually forcing you to have at least 2 viable weapons at all times. Which, especially when we're thinking about Bloodborne, right? If they had introduced this repair mechanic in Bloodborne, to where you would be forced to swap weapons from time to time throughout a level, I mean, maybe it wouldn't have made a big difference, but it certainly would have been somewhat interesting. Whereas now, the Bloodborne mechanic is literally completely useless. It doesn't make any sense at all that it exists like that within Bloodborne. Chameleon. A sorcery that dates farther back than recollection. Allows you to blend into your surroundings. So apparently it works like I think I found an item that has a very similar description, right? Those who fear the unseen are cowards. Those who never doubt their eyes are fools. So this is mainly a PvP spell, I'd imagine. I don't necessarily think that this would work on PvE enemies, and especially, like, what would be the point, right? Essentially you're turning into a vase or something, at least judging by the picture. Right, I also got a weapon, right? That was the other thing that I was trying to look at. Let's see. The washing pole. A katana of unknown origin, crafted with a peculiar yet refined technique. The extremely long blade allows for strikes from great distance, but its construction makes it extremely fragile. So it has a very low durability. I actually want to see what that moveset is like. Why is it called a washing pole? What the fuck? What the fuck? That's a katana? What the hell? That's an actual pole. That looks like a frickin'... that looks like a weapon straight out of Monster Hunter. That's ridiculous. You wouldn't even be able to properly attack with something like that. It's just way too long. You would get stuck on pretty much everything. Also, you'd probably not be able to put enough force into it to even damage an opponent properly. That's ridiculous. Why does a weapon like this exist within the game? Are there other katanas? Because if this is the only one, that's a bit ridiculous. If there would be a normal one, I guess it made sense, but... Huh. Fucking hell. They never stop, right? It's such a weird thing. Okay. He's just running after me? I guess maybe that wasn't all. Huh. He looks kind of funny, right? He's smaller than the other guys that I've found so far. You could definitely see his, like the curse on his backside. So that's interesting. So they're definitely cursed. Especially considering that... What? Huh? Is that guy missing a head? He is. Who the fuck are you? He looks similar to the guys that were stuck at the ceiling in the Lost Bastille and stuff, that can poison you as well, just without a head for some reason. So I guess I must have gotten all the items down there. Yeah, this guy with the hammer was weird as well. Or, well, not necessarily weird, but certainly interesting. He seemed to be like a tiny bit smaller than the other dudes that I fought for some reason. So, if there's throwing fire, is there a chance that they ignite these urns? Huh. So he's just poisoning himself. That's kind of funny. Also, he looked pretty funny being green. Yeah, he just dies. So, if that's the effect of poison, I do actually wonder how effective poison weapons could be. I feel like they would be quite effective, actually. So, oh, there's another dude. What does this say? Rear ahead, but try chest. I mean, I guess these guys, that's sort of the same room, right? Also interesting that they show you what you shouldn't do, right? You shouldn't run into these poisonous things by just killing enemies for you. Huh. Interesting. Alright, let's check out this place first, though. Yeah, the windmills are still a very, very cool design. I very much like them. What's going on here? What is this area? Some kind of optional enemy? This looks weird. What the fuck is this? Liar ahead and then liar ahead. Probably these two. Hurrah for hint. Gorgeous view. It is indeed. I wouldn't say that's a lie. What the fuck is this supposed to be? Praise the sun. What? Altar of sunlight? The fuck? What is this doing here? I mean, the cave, well, I guess you can explain that the cave looks a bit weird because it's probably man-made, right? Considering this is a mine. Although it would be a lot more logical if they had included, like, wooden structures, right? To make it actually look like a mine. Altar of sunlight. Praise the sun. I don't have sunlight. You must belong to this covenant. Abandoned? Yeah, sure. Heirs of the sun. Considering that the Blue Sentinels did nothing for me so far, being part of this covenant seems to make a lot more sense. Sun Seal. So sunlight medals existed in the first game as well, right? I am not quite sure how you were able to get them, though. I think, didn't that have something to do with summoning friends into boss fights? I think if you summoned like NPCs or especially Sunbro, right? And then kill the boss together with them, I think that got you these sunlight medals. I'm actually pretty certain about that. Which I guess now that I have this covenant, I maybe should actually look for summoning signs in the future. It's just so unfortunate that the boss fights are this easy, right? Because, like, if they would be a bit more complicated, or I was talking about summoning for boss fights earlier, right? But let's say, you attempt a boss fight and you die, like, almost where you already killed the boss, right? So you know you can do it. It would just take 1-2 more attempts, right? I think in that case it's best to summon, because that means that you know you can kill the boss, but it also, like, you know, you don't feel sort of cheap with summoning. And I know that's, you know, whatever, right? It's you shouldn't feel cheap at all. It's a mechanic in the game, so you should use it, right? But if you want that challenge, right? If you want to attempt bosses, I do think that that's sort of the best way to experience both worlds, right? Attempt the boss first, get him down, you know, a lot, to the point where you can comfortably say, oh yeah, I'm definitely able to kill this, right? I properly learned how it worked. And then summon somebody in to actually get the kill, but also at the same time interact with the summon mechanic. I feel like that's pretty cool. The problem is, well, if all of the bosses in Dark Souls 2, or let's say 90% of them, always die on the first try, you never actually get that possibility. Also, and that's, again, something that's a bit awkward to me, is that I think in Dark Souls 1, in order to even interact with online mechanics at all, except for the messages and bloodstains, obviously, so in order to either be summoned, summon something else, or to be invaded, I think you had to be human. At least I don't think I was ever invaded in Dark Souls 1 when I wasn't human. And in the few instances that I actually was human, I do think that I got invaded either by NPCs or by humans. Actually, most of the time when I was human. Or at least, well, that's usually what made me not human again, is because I got invaded by something and then died. Because also the NPC invaders are a lot more difficult in Dark Souls 1, I felt like, compared to this game. But yeah, in order to even interact with this side of the game and being able to summon NPCs and stuff, I do think I would need to be human as well. So maybe I should just keep that in mind. But this seems so random, doesn't it? I mean, first of all, yes, I already talked about this, you know, being essentially being excavated by humans, right? Because this is a mine. It's just that, why is this place so undetailed? Why didn't they include at least some, you know, wooden poles or something to make it look a bit more detailed? And then, especially since, like, this cave looks like, I mean, it's literally the same texture plastered over the entire thing, right? And then you turn the corner, and this looks extremely beautiful and extremely detailed, even with the particle effects and the sunlight. And then there is the statue that's been broken, but it has all this detail on it. You can actually see, like, the feet and the tooth? No. I'm forgetting words today. What the fuck's going on with me? But, you know, you realize what I'm getting at, right? I mean, this is actually pretty detailed. It's quite beautiful. And then I don't know, such a weird decision that they made here. Alright, sorry about that. I had to talk to someone. Yeah, I mean, this is just such a... Is it called dichotomy? I think it is, right? Just this weird difference. I mean, especially if you turn back like this, right? To the right, this weird, like, tunnel to get here, with the same texture plastered all over the place, and then to the left, this insanely beautiful piece of, almost like a painting, right? Why is this even here? Did they discover this in the mines and excavated it, and then just found these pieces lying around? Or did they excavate the stuff first and then for some reason decide to implement the shrine here? And then somebody came in and destroyed it for some other reason. I don't want to complain again, right? But doesn't this feel sort of tacked on? I didn't even really want to say it, but the way this sort of leads you to it, the fact that this entire tunnel just seems so awkwardly designed, it feels like they said, oh, well, let's integrate another covenant. Well, what can we do? A lot of people really liked the sun stuff in the first game, right? I mean, praise the sun is literally sort of the tagline of Dark Souls, right? And this just really feels like they sort of, I don't know, had development time left over and then said, oh, well, what else can we do? Oh, yeah, let's do a covenant that relates back to the sun. But where do we put it? I don't know. Is there, like, let's just put, like, a tunnel that just leads to a shrine. Okay, right? This just, I don't know. It literally feels tacked on to this level. And I don't know if I'm sort of... The weird thing about Dark Souls is that it has all these kinds of weird secrets, right? And I don't know if I'm sort of if I'm doing the game an injustice here, right? If I'm complaining about something that actually does have a proper explanation or a proper sort of Earthen Peak. This has a different name. Interesting. But yeah, I wonder if this has some kind of other explanation, some kind of deeper idea or lore behind it. I really wonder about that. Because I would like to know, I guess that's my point, right? I would really, really like to know if there indeed is a separate explanation or something that just makes more sense out of this. Whoa. Hello there. Lady? You guys have been annoying me this entire time. I know that you look sexy, but that doesn't give you... What the fuck? It doesn't give you the right to kill me. What the hell? Why? Okay, I did not expect that at all. I shouldn't have underestimated the sexy ladies, huh? Harvest Valley. Wait, I didn't even really... I somehow didn't even realize, like, this name, the name of this area. For some reason. Harvest Valley. Why is it called Harvest Valley if it's a mine? Isn't that sort of... Why? Huh? My first two hits staggered him, but then the second two did not for some reason. But yeah, I mean... Oh, hi. I completely forgot about you. Wait. Where was he? Eh, whatever. Hello. Oh, this time you didn't get poisoned, I feel like. What the... Huh? That still hit me? What the fuck is going on? Did I do something to make me weaker? Weird. Also, can I see the fire lady from here? Oh no, that's the next room, right? Yeah. I mean, I could go there, I guess. Let's just get rid of the other two guys. Why is this called Harvest Valley? I don't really get the name, to be completely honest. Because Harvest Valley. What is that? Oh, for fuck's sake, really? They never hit me before. And of course now they're hitting me. Ah, well. Come here, my dude. But yeah, Harvest... I mean, again, with the windmills, the name Harvest Valley obviously makes a lot of sense. But then at the same time, it's a mine as well. Huh. So either the harvesting part is referencing something else, so maybe they're harvesting... I mean, considering that the poison is all over the place, I wonder if whatever they're harvesting is actually meant to be something poisonous, maybe? Alright. Killing sexy lady time. Right in the boob. Oh, for fuck's sake, I didn't want to shoot another arrow. God. The freaking shooting arrow mechanics is still as awkward as ever as well. And this is called Earthen Peak. I'm hearing something weird. Is that the sound of these traps that poison you, or is that something else? Can I actually kill? Oh! Never mind! I thought these were, I thought these were just some weird... I don't know, Gosh, for fuck's sake, really? I thought these were some kind of weird, what's it called? They're alive as well. What is this place? What is it called? What's the word that I'm looking for? Like, oh, there's another thing over here as well. Like a pot or something, right? I thought these were just some weird traps that were laid out here. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ha! They even have a melee attack? But apparently they're not that at all. Apparently they are actually something else entirely. What is this? Is this just dark, or am I going to die if I enter that? Why is it so dark? The fuck? This looks weird. Oh, what's going on there? Something just entered the poison pool? Huh? Where was he before, that he now just suddenly stood in the poison? Also, these things hanging from the ceiling are also really interesting. Huh. See, I mean, in this case, so the wall textures make it look like this is some kind of, I mean, it's literally called like Earthen Peak something, right? So they definitely made it look like this is sort of excavated by humans, and then they placed like wooden structures here, right? This looks like something that was excavated by humans or somebody, and they put in sort of support structures and all kinds of stuff to make this place an actual place, right? An actual building. I mean, it is literally a giant windmill, essentially, or a giant tower with multiple windmills on it, right? Why then not just reuse these literal textures for the other cave? Would have looked much better, and these textures, in terms of their detail, would have fit that sun shrine a lot better, in my opinion. But for some reason they just didn't do that? Such a weird decision. So what, something's gonna attack me from here, or what's the... And then why is there a... rescue required ahead? Is this another boss fight? Almost doesn't seem like it. Huh. Oh, hi. Why are these dudes headless? What is the deal with you? How did that happen? What a weird place. Prisoner's Hood? Isn't that the same? I think that's literally the same that we already found, right? Is it not? Well, almost the same. Rogue Hood, Prisoners. No, it's the same. It just looks different. Oh, cool. Appears to have worn. That's unusual. This is really unusual for FromSoft games. The same item, same description, same effect, same stats, but looks different. What? And then this cave is just... Huh? What the f... Oh, that's the same... Like, it's similar to... Similar to the guys in the poison pool, right? For girls? Is it female or male? Treasure chest. It's actually hard to tell, because for a second, like when it was crawling towards me, it almost looked like a sort of hollow version of these fire mages. Although I don't think it is. I still haven't found a mimic. Yeah, I mean, that was pretty obvious that there would be a poison trap in a place with this much poison. And also, why the torch? Why put a torch in a chest? What the fuck? It's underwhelming. I still wonder whether or not mimics exist. And I don't know, like... oh god, next tangent. But the thing here is, right? The fact that they seemingly got rid of mimics and introduced these traps that I think are quote-unquote more realistic, right? I mean, the traps that I so far found, at least when chests are concerned, you could certainly describe them as more realistic, right? They're definitely something that technically probably could also exist in our world, except then, like, a mimic is like a fantastical being in a fantasy world, which obviously Dark Souls is, right? But the weird thing here is, even though Dark Souls 2 very much has a lot of the same elements that, compared to the first game, right? And it is obviously a fantastical world. I mean, literally magic exists here, right? A lot of people are able to, or a lot of enemies are able to wield like dark magic, fire magic. I mean, we're literally fighting like sexy fire throwing mirror women or something like that, right? But at the same time, I do feel like they somehow apparently tried to ground the world of Dark Souls 2 a bit more. I don't know why I feel like that, because there actually isn't that much evidence to really support that, right? Except for the chests, maybe. But, you know, consider, apparently, or not apparently, but all of the levels that I've been in so far, which are quite a few, right, compared to Dark Souls 1. So in Dark Souls 1, the hollows really only play a part in sort of the first part of the game, right? Undead Burg, mainly. And after that, the enemies that you fight become more and more, well, almost weird, right? You're fighting gargoyles. In Sense Fortress, you fight these weird lizard men, or snakes or something. You fight giants, giant soldiers. Then there are these weird assassin-type enemies in Anor Londo. When you enter the painting, you fight these weird... Aren't they all also like... No, they're like almost like slugs. Like human slugs with shields and pikes or something. Then there are dragons, of course. It just seems like Dark Souls 1 is just, a lot more fantastical in nature. And a lot sort of weirder in terms of enemy design. Whereas here in Dark Souls 2, it feels much more like, I don't want to say your typical RPG world, but it does feel much more like they wanted to go for this aesthetic of, humans existed here, and then through sort of wrong experiments, or because the humans, ended up falling for this curse, slowly everything started turning bad, right? And these weird kind of magics, like dark magic and that kind of things, started to appear over the course of humans degrading into these hollows, right? Whereas in Dark Souls 1, it feels like a lot of the sort of weirder elements or fantastical elements were long established, and people turning into hollows or the curse itself or whatever is just sort of part of life or part of this world, and it has always been there, right? So there's this very strange sort of divide there, where in Dark Souls 1 it feels like, oh yeah, this is a fantastical world, and curses exist, and undead exist, and hollows exist, and yeah, certainly maybe not, they haven't maybe existed for forever, but again, it feels a lot more fantastical, especially with all those, what I mentioned earlier, right? These sort of realms of the gods, these levels that are certainly feel like they are much more connected to something sort of fantastical, otherworldly, right? And here in Dark Souls 2, with the levels as well, it feels like they much more wanted to go for sort of a human world that has at some point just sort of been overrun by fantastical elements, mainly the curse, and then maybe other sort of more fantastical things because of that or after that, right? But it very much seems to start out, or that it very much seems like it originally started out as something that was a lot more grounded, a lot more real, and a lot less fantastic. Which is kind of weird, because why would that be the case? Why would it be so different to Dark Souls 1, right? I mean, we can probably speculate about like timelines, or I mean, this is definitely, I guess, supposed to be a completely different sort of location compared to the one in Dark Souls 1. I mean, even that is very different, right? Majula, this entire location here just seems to almost look like a somewhat normal country. Whereas in Dark Souls 1, from the very beginning, it looks like you're sort of on top of a giant stone tree or something, right? Far up in the clouds for some reason. Which, like, logically even doesn't really make sense, but Dark Souls 1 doesn't want it to make sense. It's supposed to be this very sort of almost alien world that just doesn't really make sense, right? I mean, even the scaling, Dark Souls 1 very much feels like a lot of the structures that exist within its world have been built by completely different beings and completely different sizes of beings, and even gods potentially, right? Whereas in Dark Souls 2 here, most of these structures that we've been to very much look like they've been built by humans, right? So I wonder what led them to I guess, change their path so drastically compared to the first game. It just feels so detached from the first game, or rather, what's the word that I'm looking for? It does feel a lot. It just feels like they wanted to take a completely different direction, right? But then the reason why I guess it doesn't really work, at least in my opinion, is because the first game exists, right? So I guess had they sort of tried to explain this world in a way where it maybe is literally like a sort of a prequel to the first game, or where they sort of hint at the fact, oh yeah, this location far above the clouds, or this like mystical place called Firelink Shrine, or whatever, right? Had they sort of mentioned that, or even hinted at it, in a way where you would think, all right, the location in Dark Souls 1 is meant to be this somewhat more mystical realm, whereas here in Dark Souls 2, we're much more closer to what the rest of the world looks like, right? Had they sort of hinted at that, or made it seem like that was the case, then that would make sense. But for some reason, even the intro cutscene, I'm still not really sure what they were even showing us there, because we're literally sort of jumping into this weird, dark, whirling hole, and then suddenly end up here, right? Why? And then the things betwixt exist as well, which almost seem like some sort of mystical connection to other sort of places within space-time or whatever, right? But then you go outside to Majula, and it just looks like some old kingdom. And you're sort of wondering, wait, what? Why are we in a completely normal place with completely normal structures? But then, yeah, I don't know. It's just... I just feel like, well, either it just really doesn't work, or they've just not put in enough... I mean, once again, when we were talking about the potential of Dark Souls 2, I do feel like the game has a lot of potential there, right? Where they could have maybe, if they had found some really cool way to sort of mention the first game and its locations while also not really mentioning it at all, just making it seem like the first game really is a much more profound, much more mystical place. And here we're sort of in the real world, but having to deal with sort of the same kind of problems, right? Had they sort of tried something like that, or anything at all, really, then maybe that would have made more sense. But it just doesn't really make sense, right? There is sort of no real explanation as to why this place sort of works the same way that everything does in Dark Souls 1, especially also with the souls, right? We're collecting souls, hollows exist. But then the curse of the hollows just seems very different to the first game as well. I don't think the first game ever really particularly mentions some kind of scar or actual curse. I don't know if they even actually ever mention it being a curse. I think they're just sort of talking about it being, well, going hollow, right? I don't think the word curse specifically is mentioned in the first game at all. So, I mean, obviously this could also be, but that's sort of my point, right? This could also be, if we're saying, or if our assumption is that this is a completely different point, sort of a completely different location and a completely different point in time compared to the first game. But they're having to deal with the same problem, essentially. And so obviously they begin calling it something entirely different because they're not, like, it's the same problem, but they're separate places. So they would maybe call it something different, right? Because they don't talk to each other, obviously. They're completely different, civilizations, right? If they had gone for that angle, that might have also worked. The problem is they're not really going for anything at all. They sort of make it seem like this is almost a continuation of whatever happens in the first game, But it really doesn't seem to be that. And you're constantly sort of wondering, well, what am I even doing here? I mean, again, I'm almost 45 hours into this game. I have absolutely no clue what I'm doing here. Even with all the context that I have from Dark Souls 1, it doesn't make any kind of... Well, I don't want to say that it doesn't make sense, because that's not really the thing. The problem is that it just doesn't really do anything at all. It just feels like this world that we're moving through without even knowing why. We're just moving through this world, killing everything in our way, and that's it, right? That's literally it. There's nothing more to it. Or so it seems. Maybe that's what they're going for, but again, it just... There should be more there, right? There should be at least hints at what this is supposed to represent. Maybe I'm just not picking up on them. I don't really know, but yeah, I feel like there's so much wasted potential there. So many cool sort of connections that could have been made to this, well, essentially entire Dark Souls universe, right? But for some reason that's really not the case. It's just literally sort of something else entirely without really being able to discern what kind of other sort of things there could theoretically be. I mean, I'm even running sort of... I'm running out of words to describe it even, because it's so different to what you feel like it should be, or what it's even trying to be by itself, right? So there is a letter there? It's interesting. Is there any point in being here? Not necessarily, huh? Well, this is Poison Pool. I'm running out of poison moss, which is unfortunate. I wonder if there's something else in here. It doesn't necessarily... That's just a reflection from above, right? Although, a reflection that doesn't really make sense. Isn't the fog door over there? Why is it reflecting here? Repair powder? Seriously? That's why I went here? Aha. Okay. Oh, hi! I know you! What the hell? Once again with these weird NPC locations. Are you telling me that she literally walked through this poison pool to then just stand here in her cool, or rather weird outfit, but her cool sort of demeanor? What?
Still on the road, are you?
So are you, apparently.
Sorry to have burdened you so. This is for you, by way of an apology.
You've burdened me? Ring of Steel Protection +1. Wait, what were we talking about the last time we saw her? That was in the Lost Bastille, right? She definitely, like, she took off her mask, right? And she showed us that she was cursed as well. But what was she talking about?
I found my thoughts growing hazy. My memories are fading, oldest first. The curse is doing its work upon me. I am frightened. Terribly so. If everything should fade, what will be left of me?
Well, you will turn hollow, apparently. Also, this thing with memories running through this game, right? This theme. What was I saying thing? The theme with the memories. and people forgetting is yet another thing where I feel like that has so much more potential in a way, right? I mean, it is definitely sort of a running theme. People keep mentioning it, and in a way it makes sense, or it's cool that that might be a potential side effect. It certainly explains why the Hollows are sort of this mindless beings, right? If they have essentially lost all of their memories and they don't even know who or what they are or what their purpose is, then obviously they would just be these mindless creatures potentially attacking you, right? In that way, it does provide an explanation for the state of this world. But for the player, it doesn't really... For the player, it doesn't really have any sort of consequences, right? I mean, you're turning hollow yourself. The more you die, the more you turn hollow. Well, I have this ring on me that sort of diminishes that effect for some reason. But the only real difference that dying makes is that you lose HP, or max HP. Which, don't you think that that's also a very... a thing that just doesn't really fulfill its potential? When we think about Sekiro, for example, right? I mean, I feel like the death mechanic in that game doesn't really work either. It also has a lot of leftover potential, or rather they, again, aren't using that at all. Wait, what? Didarius? Is that a human? The fuck? What? Is that a human or an NPC? I was standing around here for so long, it has to be a human, right? Let's just wait here. If they get to me, they potentially have to get through the poison pool. It is a bit annoying, though, since I kind of want to... Oh, there they are. Once again with this weird... What the fuck's going on? I feel like... Am I lagging that much? I feel like every time somebody's invading me, all of my actions are happening like about a second after I press my buttons. Am I actually lagging that much when I'm online? Feels like that shouldn't be the case. Also, for some reason, the game loads for a really long time when you die like that. Ah, well, whatever. Not a lot of lost souls. That was definitely human. But yeah, they... I don't know, for some reason when I'm fighting actual humans, it just feels incredibly sluggish. Like, if you're not used to it, right? If you're constantly in PvE, fighting enemies, suddenly fighting somebody online, just, it feels like you need to sort of anticipate their movements at least 1 second in advance. It feels like you're playing... It honestly feels like you're playing, for example, Final Fantasy XIV with a ping of like 1,000. And I have done that, right? I had instances where in the past my internet was really bad for like a day or something, and I had to play Final Fantasy XIV with a ping of like between 500 and 1,000. And it literally feels like this, where you sort of have instances of where you essentially have to think like a second ahead of what you're doing, right? Which is obviously in a PvE game like 14, where you know what kind of mechanics are coming next, is much easier to do compared to this, where I have no idea what the enemies are supposed to do, right? Which is, well, I mean, it's an old game, but it's still slightly disappointing, because this way it's fairly difficult to even engage in PvP properly, because it's just so different from PvE. I feel like I'd have to actually spend a fairly long time in PvP to figure out how to deal with that kind of lag, which is unfortunate, because it really creates this extreme divide between PvE and PvP for some reason. That shouldn't be there. Whatever. What was I talking about before? Something about the story, right? And the scope of it. Shit. Completely lost my train of thought. Couldn't you have waited like 5 minutes to invade? Nah. I'm just joking, but yeah. What was I talking about? Huh. I don't know. This just, oh, for fuck's sake. This all seems to be somewhat strange. Seriously. Oh, for fuck's sake, that's not what I wanted. Oh. Well, never mind. I mean, it was only like 6,000 souls or something. What? There are literally places you can die in that poison area? Also, you know, that ring that I'm wearing, I mentioned it earlier, right? It's... Oh, I should also look at the ring that I got. So, which ones am I... Genau. Right, I was talking about this one. The Ring of Binding usually limits the wearer's HP reduction when hollow. I thought at first, when I put it on, that it sort of made it so that you only lose half the HP of what you would originally lose if you die. But apparently this literally completely eliminates that entire mechanic, that you lose HP when you die. At least it seems to be the case, which is kind of insane, to be completely honest. Ring of Steel Protection Plus, I think that's the one that she was giving me, right? Wearer gains the protection of steel, increases physical defense. Said to be the ring of the once legendary Night King. Though his tales are long forgotten, and even the greatly wizened have no recollection of his exploits. I didn't expect that you could actually die. This weird guy. In that poison pool. Well, she's still here. Interestingly enough, this guy without the head, right? Seems like they can't be poisoned. Oh, for fuck's sake, stop it. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. What the fuck was I talking about before? Something about the world.
I had an older brother. We learned to fence together. He became the most decorated swordsman in all of Mirror. I never even compared to him. In fact, I never beat him. Not once. But then, one day, he was gone. Lost without a trace. Now I'm certain that he was taken by the curse. If only someone would hear my tale. My brother must have come here, too.
I mean, I'm listening to you right now.
Soon I may forget even about him.
Right, I think I was talking about the whole memory thing and everything connected to that. Right, that's what I was talking about. And that was what I was still sort of trying to explain in terms of, so right? The game certainly has this running theme of forgetting stuff, right? But the only actual game mechanic that exists with this curse is that you lose max HP when you die. And supposedly, you go more and more hollow the more often you die, right? Now, the problem here is that the gameplay element and the lore element are completely different from each other, right? They have nothing to do with each other, which is a problem, in my opinion. And that is something where, for example, Bloodborne does it a lot better with the insight mechanic. Now, the insight mechanic in Bloodborne, I feel like, is yet another example of definitely unused potential. But it actually does quite a lot of interesting stuff. So I think the sort of unused potential with the insight mechanic in Bloodborne is definitely, like, there's a little bit there, but it already does quite a lot, right? So there are these instances of like weird or almost mystical or alien things happening in Bloodborne, right? And especially when you first start playing the game, for example, when you reach Odin Chapel, there's this weird blue magic thing that appears, right outside the chapel, right? And you have absolutely no clue what the fuck that is, right? And if you stand in its vicinity for too long, it will actually grab you and you'll lose a ton of health, right? And you have no idea what that's about. But the more insight you gain, or alternatively, the more you progress throughout the game, suddenly, later on, you will see that it's actually this amygdala thing that's stuck to the church that grabs you, right? And essentially, what was it called? Insanity or something? Well, it breaks your mind, essentially, right? You can't comprehend that exists, and so you take damage. And that makes a lot of sense. Their whole mechanic in Bloodborne works quite well. I mean, once again, I think that once you know how it works and that it just has certain thresholds of sort of showing you a couple of gameplay elements first, it's, quite underwhelming once you understand its actual gameplay impact. But I feel like in that case, it doesn't really matter. If you don't actually look up those specific thresholds, and if you just play through Bloodborne all by yourself without really knowing about it, especially the first time through, it works really quite well. And it just instills this, well, sort of almost panic in you, right? You don't know really what's happening, and you gain this insight every time something exceedingly weird is happening in the game. And then at some point, suddenly, enemies change, and it gets even weirder from that point, right? It's just the mechanic itself, the fact that it is like sort of an additional currency in the game, but at the same time also influences this part of the game and how enemies interact with you, and also all of the sort of weirder elements every time you actually gain insight, right? There's a couple of points, for example, if you go to Yosefka's clinic later on and you learn about the weird things that are going on there, once you enter the building, you actually gain insight. And that point, especially with the sort of added sound effect and visual effect that it has, just makes you feel, oh shit, I'm entering something that I probably shouldn't be entering, or something that might have some weird things going on, right? And it works really, really quite well in Bloodborne. And the problem here is in Dark Souls 2 that the hollow mechanic itself, well, it takes HP away from you, which certainly, yeah, of course, it adds somewhat of a complexity to the whole gameplay thing, because every time you die, you make the game harder for yourself, and you need to have enough human effigy to sort of overcome this whole thing. Now, that in and of itself is problematic, because there's so much human effigy in the game that this whole mechanic of losing HP almost becomes trivial. And then there's literally a ring that eliminates the entire mechanic, which is kind of weird to me why they decided to do that. Whatever. But my point here is that it's not connected to the memory loss at all, right? Now, how would that maybe manifest itself? For example, well, one thing that they could have done is that your intelligence and or attunement slot stats could decrease over time the more hollow you are. And obviously they would still reset once you use a human effigy, so it wouldn't be a permanent effect. That would be too much, right? Now, with how the game currently is, obviously that wouldn't really make any sense, because for characters that are not using those two stats, that entire mechanic would be completely useless, right? They wouldn't interact with it at all. So, considering that a stat like adaptability exists, maybe there would have been a way to sort of combine certain stats, maybe even combine intelligence and adaptability into one thing. I'm not 100% on that. I don't think that would have worked quite that well, but right now it's just about, like, I'm trying to convey what I want to say here, right? Which is that if you think about it a little bit, maybe there would have been a way to sort of combine stats in a way where sort of this losing of your mind and losing memories that you have, and potentially losing, for example, spells that you know, or maybe even items that you had, right? Again, it shouldn't have been permanent. Once you turn back human, you should also get those things back. But that would have been a way more profound way of interacting with that, right? Literally make your character forget that they own certain things, or that they can do certain things in terms of, for example, casting fireballs or something, right? And if you're doing it that way, you don't even necessarily need to do it in a way where it has an impact on gameplay. I mean, think about how weird it would be if you suddenly noticed that weapons were disappearing from your inventory and you wouldn't really know where they went. And you would think, well, fuck, am I just randomly losing items? What's going on here? And then suddenly you use a human effigy and they're all back, right? And then you suddenly realize, wait a minute, am I sort of forgetting things as well, right? And again, it's a sort of basic concept. I think that would certainly need a bit more time in the oven to really think about, right? Think about, well, what kind of things could we feasibly take away from the player? For example, if it would be random, it would be bad if I die in this particular area and suddenly they took away items that dealt with poison, right? Whereas another player might die in this area and they randomly took away something that's completely unrelated to this area, right? The player where they took away the poison item obviously would be at a much bigger disadvantage. Or let's say they suddenly took away my bow. Suddenly you wouldn't be able to fight the fire mages, whereas in every other area, that particular item might have not even been something I would have even realized that it was missing, right? So you would certainly have to think a lot about how a mechanic like that could work. Or maybe, they could have done something entirely different to where, for example, the more you die, and again, that's sort of looping back to what Sekiro tries to do, the more you die, suddenly maybe NPCs would disappear from Majula, right? To the point where if you die, I don't know, 50 times in a row without you using a human effigy, maybe even the way to level up, maybe even her, she would also disappear, right? And then they all come back once you turn back human, right? Again, that sort of goes into the same direction of what they, I think, were trying to do with Sekiro, where the dragon rot exists that affects NPCs that you've met throughout the game. And it's actually, like, from a lore standpoint and from how the story sort of develops in Sekiro, The Dragon Rod, especially at the beginning of the game, feels incredibly threatening, and it feels like, oh fuck, they're trying to take away the NPCs, or what's happening here, right? Am I sort of by dying constantly, am I really permanently sort of negatively impacting the world and my current playthrough and all that kind of stuff, right? That's sort of running through your mind, and it does create this really interesting feeling. Obviously, the downside to it is that later on in Sekiro, you realize, oh, it's literally doing nothing. I don't even know, like, in all of my time playing Sekiro, nobody has ever died. This Dragon Rod has never, ever affected me negatively in any sort of way. So I have no idea if they just didn't really follow through with what they originally designed, or if the threshold for people actually dying is so insanely high that it never really happens. And then obviously the same problem exists in Sekiro as well, where the amount of dragon blood droplets that you get that reset that Dragon Rod, you just get, like, I don't know, 15 or something in a playthrough, or maybe even more, to the point where that entire mechanic is completely irrelevant to you, right? Because you're fighting a boss, you're accumulating a bunch of Dragon Rod, and then once the boss is dead, you just use one of those Dragon Blood droplets and everything's back to normal. Right? It doesn't have some sort of deeper impact, but it's still, in a way, especially at the beginning when you're not really used to it, is a fairly interesting gameplay element. And yes, it definitely still has a lot of potential to go to way, way more profound places. And I would still say that the insight mechanic in Bloodborne is certainly sort of the best iteration that FromSoft has so far done in terms of a mechanic like that. But again, coming back to Dark Souls 2, I wish that they had done something similar here. Because now they are mentioning that people are losing their memory. And yes, we as sort of quote-unquote the main character have no idea why we're here or where we came from. But other than that, we don't care, right? It's not affecting us, seemingly. The only thing that we lose is HP, and that is so trivial. Oh, there they are again. That is so trivial that, you know, it might as well just not exist at all. So yeah, that's unfortunate, I feel like. Wait, let me actually... Do you think they know that I'm here? Wait, fuck. What's this thing called? Oh, fuck. Well, that was certainly way too late. Alright, let's go. Can you stop standing next to that NPC? I don't want to hit them accidentally. Wait, what are they? How much HP do they have? What the fuck? I kind of want to figure out this. I mean, you definitely have to sort of... What? You actually want to show me how PvP works? Oh. Oh, fucking hell. You can actually move around like that? That looks kind of ridiculous. That's quite funny. I didn't know... So there are different sort of... there are different iterations, I guess. Oh, for fuck's sake, how can you... Wait, it's like this. Okay, yeah. Whatever, I don't have a cool... Oh, wait, what? Ooh. I have other ones, right? Welcome, Mock Fistbump. And now they just killed themselves? Shit, I need to... Fuck. I need to... So bow is definitely... That was cool. Old Radiant Life Gem. Huh. I guess they realized that I was kind of an inexperienced player and just... That's really cool. Wait, what's the Old Radiant? What the fuck? Wait, did I also gain souls from them dying? Holy shit. Yeah, I obviously took way too long to find the item that I was looking for. Wait, isn't that like a lot stronger? Holy shit. So that's the endgame Radiant Life Gem or whatever. They also had a lot of HP. I wonder if... Well, I mean... That's the thing, right? My stats are kind of stupid, I feel like. If I would have actually gone for specific stats or gone for a specific build, obviously I would have invested in way different stats, right? For example, I have way too much vitality for the build that I'm currently using. And the more I play, the more I think about actually maybe using those reallocation items. Wait, what was the other thing that they were giving me? Oh, human effigies. Right. So yeah, I need to remember what that item was called. This one, right? Silver Talisman. So I also wonder whether or not that's random in terms of what you turn into. Whatever. So, I mean, that's FromSoft for you, right? So you enter the main menu by pressing the touchpad, and you enter the gestures by pressing the options button. It should be the other way around, but whatever. It actually is the other way around in Bloodborne, I think. And of course, no option to change it. Okay, no way. War cry. Pumped up. Wave. Bow. I won't bite. Point. Do I have cool... I mean, fist bump is certainly one that I want. Praise the sun, maybe. I want to have the fist bump in here at least. Because that sort of communicates that I think it's cool what they're doing, right? Maybe let's exchange Warcry for that. Yeah, so... like this, right? And then... Hey! Okay, that works. Right. Cool. Huh. I still would have liked to fight them, to be completely honest. I mean, I definitely appreciate what they gave me, but I would have really liked to sort of learn, because it is quite different. I don't know what it is exactly. I don't think that it's necessarily sort of button delay or something, but it has like a very, very different feeling in terms of when your hits connect and stuff like that.
If only someone would my suit.
Alright, so she doesn't really have anything more to say. How did they even kill themselves, I wonder? Also, it seemed like they didn't get poisoned. Are you not getting poisoned when you're in sort of dark spirit form? I wonder how that works. Also, well, now that I'm not part of the Blue Sentinels anymore, I probably wouldn't be able to use these either way, right? And then in order to invade other worlds, I have to be human anyway, I think. Alright, use the lockstone. I mean, I did test if I had to be human for the blue orbs as well. And I think what I discovered was that they still didn't work. I'm pretty sure that I tested that. Alright, let's see what's behind this place. Poison Bite Ring, Soul of a Proud Knight. What the fuck is that? Inventory... No, not inventory. Equipment... Oh, right, I didn't even look at this, did I? Completely forgot about it. Sun Seal. Ring of the Heirs to the Sun Covenant. Slightly increases miracle attack power. Interesting. So not important for me at all, but okay, I guess. Worship of the sun, now lost belief, was once widespread amongst great warriors. Now a lost belief. But it already was sort of a lost belief in Dark Souls 1 as well, right? Which is kind of, well, I mean, again, I know that the timeline in Dark Souls is pretty fishy, right? And that it's weird. At the same time, though, this game does seemingly take place after Dark Souls 1, although there isn't really any kind of actual profound impact on the world because of that knowledge. Like, me knowing that it potentially takes place after Dark Souls 1 isn't really anything that makes sense in the grand scheme of things, right? Members of this covenant can leave their golden signs to be more easily summoned to join brethren in jolly cooperation. Yeah. Alright, so it does do... so I guess I should maybe try that at some point. Just leave behind my summon sign and see whether or not I am actually summoned. What does a poison bite ring look like? Oh, this one. Increases poison resistance. One of several bite rings known of their peculiar design increases poison resistance. The similar, oddly disturbing design of these rings suggests a common source. Whoever the master craftsman was, he clearly knew his trade. I mean, I want to at least see what kind of effect it has. This one was really good, right? Stamina recovery speed, at least I think that was. And the Ring of Blades increases my strength, right? Increases physical attack, right. This is more souls. Let's actually exchange this for a second, because I want to know whether or not it has an effect on my HP currently. Let's see, alright, let's put on the poison bite. Ooh, that takes quite a lot of HP away. But wait, so it still counts my deaths, or does it just revert to whatever state I was in when I put the ring on? So if I turn human now, does it never take HP away? Or is there an actual limit to how much HP you can lose, maybe? And I was already at the limit? That might have also been the case. Although that would be kind of weird as well. Alright, let me see. So, poison resistance is still 108. So, I don't know why that doesn't show up in the thingy here. Also, still quite quickly. I feel like the only difference that made... So, the difference seems to be fairly similar. As if I had eaten one of these green fruits or whatever they were called, right? That certainly seems to be something that might have been the case here. So once again, sort of unnecessary, or rather, you know, I don't know, just not good. Oh well. Okay, so let's check out this place a little bit more. I will be poisoned again, huh? Oh, that did hit me. It's unfortunate. Can I hit her from here? Does this work? Yes. Or maybe not. Oh, I completely forgot that I was still poisoned. Ah, well, whatever. This was an annoying position anyways. I wanted to check the other stuff out as well. I'm sort of messing around a little bit right now, right? Should probably get back to actually playing the game. I don't know, it was just, I feel like it's always interesting to talk about these things, right? And to have these discussions and to think about, well, you know, does that make sense? What kind of other stuff could there have been, right, where sort of does this game... Oh, fuck. Can you please... God, I hate the frickin'... Now I lost my swords again. What the fuck am I doing? I'm really messing around right now, right? I'm probably still thinking about all the stuff that I was talking about. Whatever. Alright, let's actually get back into it and actually fight enemies and not just stand around and do nothing. Fucking hell. I guess... So, I guess I want to just go up there first. Let me see. Instead of running through... Oh shit, did I actually... Why is that so different in terms of how many hits staggered them? I mean, I guess in that case, he was already sort of through his attack and that's why he didn't stagger? Also, it's really weird to me, why are these guys even down there if the only time that they ever attack is when you're already down there? That just seems a bit backwards. I don't know. Seems like they don't really have a point. Oh, for fuck's sake! What the fuck is going on with you? He's getting more and more annoying by the minute. No, whatever. Let's get rid of these guys. He's gonna die anyway. Then I think... So he's just dying, right? Yeah. Where's the one down here? Right, he will also die. Still really funny to me that it works this way. I think that's kind of neat. Although, yeah, one thing that I haven't really touched upon either is the fact that the guys without the heads for some reason aren't affected by poison. That doesn't really make any sense, does it? I mean, what has losing your head to do with the fact that, like, of whether or not you can be poisoned or not? Wouldn't, like, unless they're meant to be some sort of ghost? Other than that, I don't think that that makes a whole lot of sense. They somewhat remind me of the Headless in Sekiro as well. I definitely need to find out where I can get more arrows from. Why do they look so sexy? That just still doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. And why did I die over here? That also doesn't really make sense to me. So you can literally just walk over there and all the other places are just death? I mean, there are no items there, right? But what a weird sort of way of designing it. Oh, well, there they are again. They're certainly looking for a lot of stuff, yeah. What? Well, that was anticlimactic. What the fuck? Why was I knocked back even though I shielded myself? Huh. I guess it has something to do with the weapon that they're using? Oh, for fuck's sake, now I have to go through these. The beginning to this level is really awkward. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't help that there's somebody, like, PvPing here, right? While I'm sort of talking about a bunch of stuff that takes hours to talk about. I feel like... Let's see if we can do this a bit quicker. Oh, for fuck's sake. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why does that work like that? Hey, what? Of course. What the fuck was that? So first of all, that's actually really cute that they slap you when you're getting too close. Okay. Second of all, I think their casting is weird. So when you are really close to them, it seems like they're casting much faster than they usually are. And then, well, of course, I would have easily killed her, but what actually happened is that my second hit went into the wall. Great. Love to see it. For fuck's sake. Alright, back to it. I actually want to kill her, like, directly now. Oh, for fuck's sake. How the fuck was I poisoned by that? See? Now it seems... They have this... They definitely have a different attack when you get really, really close to them. Or maybe it's just that their animation just doesn't... I don't know. Maybe it's because the fire sort of spreads out from their hand or something, or from their mirror, and if you're further away, it just has this sort of bow that it flies in. Bow? Is that how you would call it? But, so, the way it flies towards you, right, is just different. Yeah, this is not at all going like I wanted it to go. Same with this dude. Oh, for fuck's sake, he's still not dead? Well, now he is. Oh. I guess he only gets staggered with 2 hits if you're attacking him while he's attacking or something. Alright, let's deal with these guys from range. I don't know, for some reason trying to go into, like, trying to fight these flame ladies up close is... Well, I wouldn't really say it's difficult, it's just a kind of annoying and unnecessarily weird. I don't exactly know what's going on there. It must be something with how their animation plays out that makes it sort of awkward to deal with. Oh, for fuck's sake. I didn't want to shoot, I wanted to put the bow away! Why the fuck is equipping the bow R1 but putting it away circle? Or rather, no, it's not even circle, is it? It's, I guess right on the digital pad? Oh, whatever. It's definitely weird. Also, where does the Phantom even, like, when they're invading here, where do they come from? Where do they start off? Wait, what was the green blossom about? Also, do I want to try to go in here? I still feel like that's kind of a mistake. Alright, let's actually continue this area. Certainly not this. Is it? Wait, I was exploring this site before, right? So I think... Oh, fuck. I completely forgot about you as well. You're the annoying guy with the shield. You actually startled me. Holy fuck. Oh, right. I also forgot about you. Wait, why aren't you dead? They also... Wait. They also don't get poisoned. I mean, I knew that already, right? Because I saw them, like, running through the... or crawling through the, Wait, they're dropping poison stones. Interesting. I saw them crawling through the poison pool outside. But they still have a head. So whatever they did to themselves, or yeah, whatever they did somehow increased sort of their poison resistance to 100%. I mean, I guess maybe they also put themselves into these things, or were put in there by others. You know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe the reason why there's so much poison here is because they try to get rid of the curse through this poison. Wouldn't that be a thing that made sense? If you're looking at these guys stuck in these pots, right? Wouldn't it make sense that they might be in there in sort of a poisonous substance because people thought that whole thing would potentially get rid of the curse? Isn't that a reasonable assumption? And I guess these guys are still just hollow, right? But the other ones that have lost their heads or something, and also the crawling ones, or especially the crawling ones, might be hollows that have been stuck in poison for so long that they're just immune to it. I'm actually oh, covetous demon. What the fuck are you? Are you Jabba the Hutt? I kind of expected that would happen. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ugh. These awkward animations sometimes, right? I really didn't expect him to do that twice. Ugh. Now I have to run back there. I mean, I guess if I'm just running through, that's the only way I can go anyways, right? So I think also that actually was a boss that killed me by itself. For the first time since the Pursuer, I think. Was it actually a boss that killed me. But yeah, I think the easiest way to do this is probably just to run towards the boss, right? I mean, the fire lady shouldn't actually be able to hit me, because... for fuck's sake, why did I jump into that? What the hell is wrong with me? Well, that was unnecessary. Let's just chill here for a second. Does she actually walk after me? No. He does, for some reason. Well, now I need to heal. I mean, it doesn't particularly feel like the boss fight should be too difficult. So he probably has some side attacks, he probably has a front attack, right? Yeah. Very much looks like that's the case. Almost looks like a walrus or something. Are you not doing anything else? Oh, he is actually... And he has a back attack as well. So for some reason they actually made him have a couple of different attacks depending on where you are. Well, that's certainly different to all of the other bosses that we faced. Although, he's certainly quite slow, isn't he? Whoa! The fuck was that? I'm in an awkward spot. Can you... Kind of wanted him to roll sideways again. That looked kind of more dangerous than everything else that he did so far. Well, otherwise he was still very much underwhelming. Covetous demon soul. Okay, cool. Visions of Fatty. Jabba the Hutt is in this game as well, apparently. Well, that was sort of underwhelming. Again, it takes quite a lot to go through... Well, it actually kind of doesn't. right? To be completely honest, this area so far hasn't really been all that difficult. The only problem really is that the poison sometimes forces you to go in here multiple times. I really didn't expect him to have a double sideways roll. That was certainly something that surprised me, but other than that, this fight is completely trivial. Like, what the fuck? Oh, wait, does the staircase actually lead somewhere? I guess it does? Or is it just supposed to look like it does? That wall up there doesn't make any sense whatsoever. What? That's cut off at a very weird angle. That is literally a thin stone wall hanging in the air. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that would work in reality. Whatever. Not a big deal, but certainly kind of strange. Wait, this is how it continue, right? So I wonder, can the guy that invaded me earlier a couple of times, can they still invade me now? Since I killed the boss in this area? Interestingly enough, I'm still not... Like, the other area still seems unreachable to me. So I wonder if I just missed something down there, or if I actually have to go around some other place. Aha. Well, at least we get another bonfire, so that's nice. Wait. Oh, that's all. Now I can actually check out the dark area place thing. But let me first go back to Majula. Also, I just remembered that I wanted to upgrade my weapon as well. Yeah, I don't know. Once again, I think that the bosses in Dark Souls so far are just incredibly underwhelming. And I don't really know what to make of this. Because, and here's the weird thing, right? I'm the type of person that usually, for a very, very long time, was never a big fan of boss fights in games. And even when I started, like, Bloodborne back then, I still think that sort of the core gameplay of, like, traversing the world and finding items and discovering new places is more interesting to me personally than fighting bosses, right? It's not that I don't necessarily like the challenge, it's more that, I don't know, I just don't really like the notion of that for the most part. But yeah, again, the interesting thing here is that Dark Souls 2's bosses are kind of lame. Like, they really are. That's definitely the biggest disappointment that this game so far has shown. Everything else can sort of be debated, right? And obviously, yes, there is a lot of potential that they just didn't use. But the boss fights are just straight up disappointing. And I don't know if it's just that later on they have some good boss fights in here, but I mean, this was like laughable. Let's look at the soul that it dropped. I don't know, I don't really want to like put down the game or anything, or like bash on the game, really not. I'm just like genuinely curious as to why they designed the bosses this way. Because they're also, like, the thing here is, right, it's not that the bosses are necessarily just easy or underwhelming or that their design is bad. I wouldn't even necessarily say that. It's just that their sort of attacks, animation, and especially their attack speed in a way is very, very similar from one boss to the next. Like, incredibly similar. To the point where the same strategy essentially works for all the bosses. Which is sort of get somewhat on their flank, but still somewhat to their front, so sort of between their flank and their front. Hit them twice, jump out. Wait for their attacks, hit them twice, jump out. Wait for their attacks, and so on. That so far has practically worked for every boss. Sometimes your positioning needs to be a bit different, right? Sometimes they do like wider swings or faster swings, slower swings, but the overall sort of approach to everything was the exact same every time. Just feels weird to me. I mean, comparatively, the boss fights in Dark Souls 1 aren't even that much better. They're just way less similar, which makes them a lot more interesting, right? The boss fights in Dark Souls 1, overall, I feel like most of them, except for a few, are actually fairly bad as well. But it's not that apparent in Dark Souls 1 because they're a lot more different in terms of their overall design, right? I mean, you have, like, what's she called? Quelaag? The spider woman lady that spews fire? Like, that's an incredibly different design, for example, to the whatever the dragon is called before that, right? Where you get the key for Blighttown that has this weird, long, gaping mouth. And then sort of the Taurus demon, or the giant when upon Sen's Fortress, right? The fight in Anor Londo, the crystal dragon, even though that's kind of a troll fight, but all of those things are incredibly different to one another. They're not necessarily well designed. I mean, one of the worst bosses that I've ever seen, for example, is in Dark Souls 1, right? Which is, well, a couple of the worst bosses that I've ever seen are in Dark Souls 1. Which is one is the giant tree that also can sort of spew fire at you, all the way down in this hellish looking place in Dark Souls 1. And then the second one would be the, also in that hell place, the one that's sort of stuck to the side of the cliff in the lava area. I honestly don't remember what it was called. But yeah, those two bosses are probably one of the worst boss design that I've seen across, well, pretty much games in general, right? Not even like Dark Souls games or games that are like Dark Souls, but games in general. So there are bosses that are worse than Dark Souls 2 bosses in Dark Souls 1, but most of the bosses in Dark Souls 1 are just way, way more interesting and way, way more unique than the bosses in Dark Souls 2. I just find that strange. I wonder why they did it this way. Why they implemented these bosses in such a way. Soul of the covetous demon that devours all things. Eating is an expression of desire. There once was a man whose deep affections were unrequited. I think is how you pronounce that. He transformed into the covetous demon, which only made him lonelier than before. Huh. What a weird thing. Eating is an expression of desire. Once again, this doesn't... What? This doesn't connect to anything, really, right? It has nothing to do with the curse. It has seemingly nothing to do with poison, unless you want to make some weird assumption that maybe the poison is just whatever he farted out. What kind of love or affection are we talking about? What? What does this have to do with anything that we've encountered in that level otherwise? It has nothing to do with the level being a mine or like... I mean, it's a harvesting place, but that in and of itself is weird, since... What does a mine and a poisonous place have to do with harvesting, other than the windmills being there? And now I'm wondering, was it turned into a harvesting place because of this demon? Because of his insane appetite? What? What is this supposed to be? What are we talking about here? such a weird thing. Are you saying something new? What are you holding, anyways? Is she holding something different to before? Wasn't she holding like a stone? She's actually holding a skeleton leg. The fuck is wrong with you?
Well.
Yeah. Provide that one thing for me. Okay.
You know how they call this place Drang Lake, right?
I think that's new dialogue.
Well, in the old lore, in stories and the like, they said it had another name.
Really?
What was it? Well, I don't know. It's just something I heard.
Cool.
Since long, long ago, many kingdoms have risen and fallen on this very spot. Each like a great flame that turns to soot. Maybe that's why people don't remember much about the past.
That is somewhat of a returning theme as well, right? People hinting at the fact that there have been many kingdoms that have come and gone throughout time in this very spot, which kind of makes me wonder if we're almost talking about some kind of time loop, maybe. Although technically that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense because we see ruins as well, right? I mean, these kingdoms, while they have risen and fallen, it very much seemed like there were always some kind of different kingdoms. Never really quite the same one. I mean, well, time loop doesn't necessarily mean that it's always the same thing, right? It could also mean that it sort of has the same, I don't know, starting seat for some reason. But then the way it actually develops is different, right? But then it turns to soot again, essentially what she's saying, right? And at some point it will sort of start off from the same seat once again and turn into another kingdom, but slightly different than before. I think that's definitely an interesting way to look at it. The problem is, once again, we get no hints towards any of these potential theories, right?
You see that blacksmith over there? Is he one of those hollows? He seems to keep eyeing me up. He sort of looks like my father. He's a blacksmith too, you see.
Oh.
The poor man's such a worrywart. But he wouldn't follow me out here, would he?
Huh. The blacksmith was talking about his daughter, right? But if they would be father and daughter, wouldn't they recognize each other? Or, whoa, wait a minute. Maybe they just don't recognize each other anymore because they've forgotten about one another, at least to an extent, so that they're not quite sure whether or not they're actually daughter and father?
I was born in a land to the west, Bulgan, famous for its merchants.
That would be kind of sad.
They were great, bustling cities. But for me, they were suffocating. And so I set out, in search of stones in faraway lands. There are dangers, for certain, but I much prefer to live this way. But for the life of me, I can't remember how I ended up here. It's as if I were drawn to the place, or lured in. Oh, I don't know. These stones may look all the same, but to the trained eye, each is unique. Some of them are used to smith weapons and armor, and some unique stones provide special benefits. Some of them are extremely rare and should be used with great thrift. None of the differences are easily spotted, but I've learned quite a lot, really.
This whole sort of background thing with people forgetting and apparently having been lured here. I mean, that's certainly true for our character as well, right? We sort of have been lured here as well. the problem is that we really don't get any kind of hints as to what that might be or why that might have been, or...
You know how they call this place Drang Lake, right? Well, in the old law...
Alright, she already said that.
Maybe... No interest.
Let's talk to the blacksmith then. I wonder if he's actually telling
I'd given you up for
a different thing now.
daughter finally came
Ah!
just as oblivious as she's always been. Well, at least now I can keep an eye on her.
Huh. I wonder if that is sort of a continuing quest line. If there's going to be some sort of story to these two. I didn't actually expect that, because it's been so long since any NPC ever really did anything outside of the ordinary at all. I guess she isn't really sure. I mean, he is actually hollow, right? So I guess that's why she isn't really sure about him. I mean, he could just talk to her, though.
Try asking my daughter. You might be surprised. Drat. You're worse than my reckless daughter. Don't spend your whole life in transit, you hear? You'll need souls to... I know only... don't we?
So weird, right? You would think that there would be some kind of... I don't know. For example, him saying, you know, please can you keep an eye on my daughter as well? Sort of as a hint of, oh yeah, you know what, there might be something happening to her in the future, or she might run away again, or whatever, right? But, I don't know. I mean, is there something going to happen with them, or are they now just sitting next to each other, and that's just until the end of the game, and then that's it? Weird. Yeah, let's do this. So now it's +7, and now I can get it to +8 as well.
I'll be around if you make it back.
And then I'll level another level as well.
Bearer of sickness.
Larger and more powerful souls. Let's go for a bit more strength. Do
Those
you...
who come to Drang Lake seeking that happens to them all. That blue knight at the base, although he does all. Perhaps he is...
She certainly didn't change her dialogue. Can I do something else with the souls? Let's see. Let's just buy them, I guess. Explodes and deals magic damage. Maybe I should have actually tried these things at some point against something. Let me take a look at the mansion. I don't think that this is actually, like, at this point it's like a 99% certain that only the sort of Lord Vessels, or not Lord Vessels, Lord Souls, or whatever the fuck they're called in this game, actually ignite other flames. Yeah. Which is also kind of weird. Since I killed that Lost Sinner guy, I halfway expected there to be another one of those souls somewhere fairly quickly. But now I fought, like, what, 3 other bosses? And they all turn out to be just normal bosses? Such a strange thing as well, that they're... I'm still wondering why these first levels are so, like, the Forest of Fallen Giants is quite a big level, I think, but it's just one area. And then the Lost Bastille is one area, but for some reason these small side areas to it are all have different names. And then we have the Huntsman's Copse, and Undead Purgatory is literally just one boss arena essentially that connects to this place, but still has a completely different picture for some reason. And then we have Harvest Valley, with this bonfire, the mines, being fairly close to the tower thing, but Earthen Peak is considered a different one for some reason. I don't know, that's kind of a weird way to structure it, I feel like. Okay, so it came from here, right? This is where the boss arena is, yeah. So I need to remember that there's still that sort of side area over there that I haven't really looked at yet. Or, well, I wasn't really sure how to get to it. No enemies here? What is this? What? Is this supposed to just look cool because it has this green shine to it? Why is that? You're just gonna die if you fall down there, right? It's literally just a pool of poison. Well, that's weird. So I guess the other way is the exact same? So maybe this is just some sort of transitional area? Okay, sure. So now we're inside the big windmill, which I do think is quite cool how they've done that. Is he hiding behind the treasure chest? Laggard ahead there for tri-ranged battle. I guess I could probably just straight up kill him from here. Well, I mean, that won't necessarily be necessary. I don't think... Yeah, we're definitely not able to go down there. It is rather interesting what a sort of big contraption this whole thing is, though. I mean, it very much looked pretty big from the outside. Basically one giant windmill, right? Is that another bonfire up there? Does look like it, right? Right next to a fog wall? Is that another boss? It also looks like it would be, right? Very strange. That is also something that Dark Souls 2 actually does quite a lot, that they very early on... What the fuck? Oh, there you are. They very, very quickly show you other fog walls, right? Not every time, but a lot of the areas work this way, seemingly, where they show you fog walls quite quickly, actually, once you enter a level, but at the same time, well, yeah, I don't know, they obviously take some time to get to. Is he poisoned again? Still don't like their attack pattern. Feels sort of weird. Oh, he was still poisoned. Huh. Or again poisoned, I guess? Who are you? Huh? Does he have like a magical staff with a shield as well? This area looks very different though. I wonder if we'll actually be able to get back to that starting area. I wonder if you can destroy this. Kind of looks like... yeah, you can. Oh well, whatever. At least now I know. Probably yet another person saying this was supposed to be an illusionary wall. I mean, it does look like one, but obviously the game has made it very clear that it doesn't actually have that many illusionary walls. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? Why did that take so long for him to hit me? Also, I wonder why... This area seems to be a bit weird, to be honest. Because the only way you can actually go... Oh wait, did he fall down? Oh, that must have been somebody else. I can only go forward, right? But there seem to be a lot of guys that could potentially attack me. I don't know, it kind of looks like you're actually not able to move towards the place that I'm still missing here. So now I am wondering whether or not I am missing something here. Do you think I can actually sneak up on her? Probably not, huh? Still not quite certain if you can actually sneak up on people. She probably... You think she's gonna turn around and just straight up kill me? Huh? Bam! Huh. But I mean, yeah, I don't think you would be able to get over there, unless... You know what? Let me actually try something. Oh. Wait, never mind. Fuck. I shouldn't have jumped down here. Whatever. I need the bonfire. Let's actually ignite the torch. Because now it seems very likely that that dark area there is probably the way to get over to the other side. Or to the area that I still haven't been to. So let's check it out this way. Well, at least you can actually sneak up to her from this side. Nope. This is the... What? Dark. What? Are you serious? Is this literally a wall of darkness that you are not able to get? That's ridiculous. What? The fuck did they do here? Huh? Okay. Yeah, but how are you able... How are you supposed to get over there? I don't get it. Oh, fuck. Why aren't you able to sneak up on these guys? That doesn't make any sense. If you can sneak up on like a magic wielding woman, you should be able to sneak up on these guys as well. Okay, what the fuck am I missing? Are you not supposed to... There has to be a way to get to that place, right? Not from down there, though, I don't think. Didn't you just die? I feel like I'm sort of missing something obvious. There does seem to be some kind of contraption in that wall, though, but that might also just be a trap, not an actual way of getting up there. Also, I don't think that I would be able to jump over to it. That also seems very unlikely. The problem is I can't really look over to the other side, or rather, it just doesn't really look like there's another entrance there at all. No, there definitely is an entrance. Right? Yeah. Huh. Wonder if you might be able to raise the bars down in that corridor? But there wasn't any kind of lever there. I mean, it does literally look like there would be a way from here to just go down there, right? Oh, he was throwing like a poisoned knife. Maybe if I destroy these things? Fuck, why am I stuck again? I don't want to be stuck again. It already took quite a lot to constantly go back to the other levels. Try everything there. But there definitely isn't a way to continue here. This is just a dead end. What the hell is going on here? I mean, it might literally be the case. Oh! For the first time she actually fell the other way. Holy shit, this is an enemy design. What the fuck were they thinking? I mean, I know what they were thinking, it's just so ridiculously different to everything else. Huh. Yeah. I also don't know where the reflection of that fog wall is coming from. Is that from the other room, maybe? That might actually be the case, huh? That it reflects the other fog door over there somewhere, in the other room? That would be... I mean, yeah, with the way that Dark Souls works. What the hell is going on there? I don't think... it may be? What the fuck, man? Why is the jumping in this game the way it is? Why does it have this... Well, at least now I know how to get there, huh? Why is the jumping so weird? Like, seriously. I mean, it isn't even really weird. It's actually quite... But that's sort of the core of the issue. The jumping is actually pretty straightforward, I feel like. It's just that... It's... Wait. Let me get back to that. Oh, that's just a level. Yeah. The jumping is actually straightforward, and it actually, you know, it works in a very predictable way. The problem is just that you have to so awkwardly engage with it, to the point where it's literally... I don't know. It's just a bit... I mean, if you design your jumping to work like this, then why would you design areas like this in this awkward way, right? That's sort of what I'm not getting. Because now you have to do this weird thing where you sort of have to try to not fall down after you started jumping? I don't know. Oh, what's one of these dudes doing here? Also, there is a plate on the floor. I wonder if I can lure him into that trap, actually. Probably, huh? Yo, dude! Yep, that should work. Seriously. Well, it would have worked if it wouldn't be Dark Souls. Holy fuck. Why do they sometimes have this entirely... Sometimes their work moving completely different to whatever they did before. Well, or they're, like, way faster as well. Why do they have one incredibly fast attacking animation, and then usually they're just attacking really, really slowly? That was... Why didn't that activate? Hint. Yeah, no shit. Well, okay, I guess. Whoa! Fucking hell, that actually scared me. I did not expect there to be somebody else in here as well. Wow. Actually shoots 3 times as well. Yeah, I think the other dude literally just stepped over the plate. Like, you know, not actually on it, but over it. Also, why is the texture so bad on the plate? What the fuck's going on there? Is there yet another enemy here? I feel like there probably is, huh? Oh yeah, there is. The way they're written. Wait, is there only one guy here though? Oh yeah, there is. Hello. I thought he was almost getting his entire combo off, because that can sort of stun lock you as well. Titanite shot. Well, hopefully the chest has actually something good in it. Heavy crossbow +3 and heavy bolts. Why am I suddenly finding already upgraded weapons? What the hell does that mean? That seems random. Like the rings as well. Well, the only thing with the rings is that it's actually beneficial for you to have multiple ones, right? Because you have 4 ring slots, and so you can equip the normal version and the +1. And also, I don't think that you can actually upgrade rings yourself. At least I haven't necessarily found a way to do that. So... Heavy crossbow +3. And that's even the first time I've found one of these. Large crossbow that deals heavy damage. Equip bolts to use. Unlike bows, a crossbow can be held in one hand. Why does this come as a +3? That's so weird. Shouldn't then also other stuff drop as already upgraded things? That would actually be pretty cool, right? If, let's say, a certain enemy type dropped a certain weapon, or a certain... Oh, for fuck's sake. A certain enemy type dropped a certain armor, for example, right? I mean, that's usually what you get when you defeat enemies. Sometimes they drop their armor or their weapons or whatever, right? The further you get into the game, it would actually kind of make sense to have these things drop like that, right? Where they already drop as an upgraded version. That also sort of would eliminate the need for the game to constantly, fuck, I can't get my swords back anyways, right? Because they are, well, I don't care about them anyway. Because they're on the platform. I would have to jump back over to it. I definitely don't want to do that. But yeah, that would kind of be, I mean, personally, I think that using, like, dropping Titanite shards is better. Because that gives a sort of low-level drop that is always possible, right? It still feels great to get Titanite shards, even though they're not really all that useful anymore to me personally right now. Although they do give you the option to upgrade other weapons as well. If the game would drop more items that were already upgraded with some plus stuff, that would mean that those Titanite shard drops wouldn't really be that useful anymore, right? Let me take a very short break, though. Or do I want to... To be quite honest, you know what? I think I'm actually going to end on this note. I do kind of wanted to stream a little bit longer. Usually my stream would still go for 45 minutes, and I also started half an hour late, so I kind of apologize for it, but I don't know. I'm just kind of not really feeling Dark Souls 2 anymore. I don't know. Obviously, I'm going to continue with it, right? Because I do very much like discussions about its design, and I definitely want to see sort of the evolution that FromSoft had. And especially what's so interesting to me is that they also revert back on some things, right? I mean, some of the sort of innovations that are present here in Dark Souls 2, they definitely did not use or didn't innovate further in Bloodborne or Sekiro, which seems a little bit weird to me. That being said, though, yeah, the biggest problem is that the game just kind of offers so little. So, the areas themselves and the traversal through them and the enemy design overall isn't bad. The bosses are very underwhelming. And the biggest issue is that you really feel, with Dark Souls 2, you really feel like you're not actually properly progressing. I don't know, it creates a very, very weird feeling. A feeling of sort of progressing sideways instead of forward. I don't really know how else to describe it, but I mean, maybe you get what I mean. It's sort of this feeling of, well, nothing ever really changes. Although admittedly, this poison area is sort of the first time they actually properly introduce tougher enemies. I mean, the guys with the big hammers, the ones that are spewing those darkness fires at you, and them also implementing a lot more of those very quick sort of assassin types with that are missing their heads. For the first time, I'm actually feeling that enemies are getting slightly tougher. But that's still so, I don't know, different from all the other FromSoft games, where they constantly change up their enemy design, and they have like this ebb and flow, right? In Dark Souls 1 as well, they have this ebb and flow of easier enemies. Then there's one or two like really strong enemies, then they get easier again, then stronger again. I don't know, you're never really quite sure what you can expect next, right? And there's just a lot of different enemy designs overall as well. And here in Dark Souls 2, the whole game just feels very, very stagnant. And yeah, I guess the biggest issue for me still is that you're not really sure what you're actually doing. Like, for example, I sort of expect that somewhere at the end of that harvest windmill thing, right, that we were just in, I sort of expect them to have another one of those ancient souls there. I mean, there sort of has to be, right? It has to end at some point. And then one of those souls will probably be there. But thinking about that now, it literally doesn't really like provide that much, right? It will just be another boss fight, potentially another very easy one, that at the end of the day will literally just mean that, well, I defeat it, I get the soul, and then I continue on with the next level. And that'll be it, right? And that's just strange to me. I don't know. And once again, it's a bit weird in terms of how they structure Dark Souls 2 in general. It does feel very much like they maybe even actually want you to tackle these areas in sort of different ways, right? So in a way, make the game a lot more open to be tackled in different what's the word? Like in a different way, right? Do the levels in a different way. Start with another one. It very much feels like the game is designed to be able to do that. Whereas Dark Souls 1 in a way, very clearly, almost like a very, very classic RPG shows you, oh, these areas are a lot tougher than these ones, right? You very much fairly easily see that. And yes, you can, if you want to, attempt the more difficult areas first. But it is very clear in its communication. This area is tougher, this area is easier. Whereas in Dark Souls 2, everything sort of seems to even out in a way, right? It all seems very similar to one another. Or rather, it just takes a very long time to actually introduce like proper tough enemies or things that are like actually challenging, right? Huh. I'm just so torn on this game, man. It's incredible. It is, well, the reason why I like it so much, beyond just seeing FromSoft's development and how they changed their approach to developing games, it's also just in general a great look at, I think, where sort of potential problems can arise in game development in certain different areas, right? So in terms of level design, enemy design, all that kinds of things, and systems designs and evolutions of systems that have already existed in the prior game and stuff like that. It's just very, very interesting to look at it. Obviously, it's a bit difficult sometimes to figure out because it's sometimes so obscure and very hard to tell what they were actually going for. But it is quite interesting to think about, right? And it is quite interesting to try to come up with a reasoning as to why certain things work in a certain way, right? And I definitely want to continue with that, obviously. That being said, though, since I am sort of winding down here, I do want to continue with Dark Souls 2 tomorrow. Usually I'll stream it in the morning, and I think I'm going to keep it like that. And then switch over to something else later on. The thing is here that after the morning stream of Dark Souls 2, Final Fantasy XIV is not going to be a thing tomorrow, because once again we have a member of our static is moving, so can't come. Doesn't really, like, since we're missing a lot of time on those raids, and our T-proc especially, we are going to extend raid by an hour at least on Sunday. I know that's not much, but yeah. We are going to do that. But that does mean that Final Fantasy XIV will not be a thing tomorrow, most likely. Maybe I'll think about doing something else in 14. I've already done the weekly, so I could theoretically level something. But I guess I'll still, like, I don't necessarily know if that's something that I want to do. But having said that, as always, you can take a look at my stream schedule and see what I'll be doing. In terms of Elden Ring, I'm not entirely sure when I'll be able to start, because I don't know if I'm working late on Friday and Saturday. So I don't know if there would be a chance for me to actually grab it from the store. So I'll be starting with that either on Sunday or on Monday, depending. But once again, I will put that into the stream schedule as soon as I know. And also, we're still finishing up Astro's Playroom on Sunday, so, you know, in a way, since I am keeping Dark Souls 2 on the schedule, I will try to, or I want to actually finish Astro's Playroom first, and then sort of Elden Ring will take over. Well, not only that slot, obviously. I will move Dark Souls 2 to one stream a week, and then the rest of it will probably be Elden Ring for quite some time. And then obviously 14 as well, sometimes Genshin Impact maybe. We'll see about that, right? But, you know, that being said, Dark Souls 2 will return tomorrow at the time that you can see in the stream schedule, and then the other stream tomorrow, I'll see about that. and yeah. Well, so that's it. I hope you had a great time. I certainly still did. Once again, I just have to reiterate that when I'm complaining a lot about the game, that usually means that I really, really like it, right? And I do really like Dark Souls 2. It's still Dark Souls. It's still FromSoft. It has a lot of good things going for it. It's just sometimes just baffling in what kind of decisions the developers made. And the biggest thing here is, as I said multiple times, I just don't understand those decisions, right? And that can really trip you up if you really try really, really hard to come up with a reasoning as to why things are a certain way, but it just doesn't work out, right? You just can't figure out why it is that way. And that can just really trip you up. But I still hope that it's interesting. I still hope that it provides some sort of discussion point to go off of. I am quite oblivious to a lot of the sort of debates that probably arose around Dark Souls 2. I just know that there were a lot, right? I know that a lot of people don't really like Dark Souls 2. And I can see sort of a reasoning behind that, but I don't really know the specifics about that. The only thing that I've only ever heard is that people were complaining about changes to the actual gameplay mechanics. And to be quite honest, there aren't that many, right? I mean, yes, there is difference in how you level up, and there is certainly a discussion to be had about the adaptability stat and whether or not that makes sense or not. But overall, it does feel like FromSoft. Just like sort of an in-between between maybe Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne, or maybe more Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls. I feel like Dark Souls 2 actually does take a bit more from Demon Souls than it does Dark Souls 1. But people still like Demon Souls, so I'm slightly confused as to what you would complain about with the... I mean, well, certainly people could complain about the PvP aspect, right? Because I don't really know about that, but with Dark Souls 1, the thing is, I constantly see a lot of people still doing, like, runs of Dark Souls 1 and try out different things and different builds, and I'm really wondering why that type of thing just doesn't exist in Dark Souls 2. And again, the reasoning that I've heard multiple times is more about that people don't like how it plays. But for me, it feels like it actually has more to do with level design and with enemy design and just an overall sort of, I don't know, feeling of there not being that many challenging points. I mean, I can already see, right, if you're replaying Dark Souls 1, which I have never done, right, I played it once, but if you're trying to replay Dark Souls 1, I could very much see that people would try out all kinds of different things on a New Game Plus run. I mean, I already could think of several things that I would do different on a New Game Plus run in Dark Souls 1, where I would try and attempt certain enemies immediately and certain areas immediately, and, you know, have all these kinds of different approaches that would completely sort of change how a run of the game would go. Whereas here in Dark Souls 2, I mean, there just isn't that much. I mean, what would you actually do on a New Game Plus run? I've done, 10, 11 bosses right now? 11, I think? And except for one of them, all of the others would be completely trivial in a New Game Plus run. To the point where they might just not exist, right? So maybe it's sort of that the replay value of Dark Souls 2 just isn't as great. But again, I've just not really heard of that. I don't really know why people would sort of say a completely different thing, right? And sometimes you see that in games where I feel like people aren't really able to express exactly what they feel is wrong with the game. They just know that something's wrong, right? That actually happens quite often. But with Dark Souls 2 already being out for such a long time, I really don't know what it is with this game. I mean, I myself am not really sure how I would rate it. I mean, again, I haven't played through it, but I think, if the game would sort of continue like it has now, and it would sort of keep at it in the same vein that it currently does, I honestly would be quite confused with myself about how I would rate it, right? And I'm not even talking about a specific number or something, but rather, would I think that it's a good game? Would I think that it's a bad game? I feel like that would be really, really difficult to judge. I mean, it already is. Because of its weird nature of being somewhere between innovative, backwards, and boring and interesting, but it's also not average, right? That's the weird part. There could definitely be an argument about Dark Souls 2 being in the middle between boring and interesting, because a lot of the areas have interesting parts to them, but then they also have a lot of boring parts to them. So you could say, well, aren't they average then, right? Is it some sort of average game? But then I would say, no, it isn't. It's exactly not average. It's just strange. I really don't know how else to put it. So maybe I shouldn't try. Yeah, let's actually continue with Dark Souls 2. Let's see how it turns out. Let's see what it turns out to be at the very end. I am still really, really, really curious to see, what it will be at the end, and what I will think about it at the end, right? Which is also a big reason why I wanted to stream it, because then I can go back and actually look at sort of my opinion slowly developing over the course of the playthrough, which I think is just a very, very neat thing to do, right? Especially if you're sort of taking a break and having discussions about certain elements of the game here and there. Because, well, I don't even really remember, obviously, what kinds of discussions I maybe have had in like the second stream or something. And being able to go back and then sort of look at an opinion developing, and maybe even sort of reintegrate some of the later sort of revelations or thoughts into earlier points that might either have been correct or completely incorrect, right? And that's certainly a very interesting thing to me. But yeah, that's the stream for today. I hope you had a lot of fun with it, and I hope you will be here on the next one. I hope you have a great rest of your evening, night, morning, day, wherever you are. And as always, check out the stream schedule on my Twitch page to know when I'll be live next and with what game, and hopefully next time I'll not be late. I really don't want to be late next time again. Sorry about that again. But yeah, that's it. I'll hopefully see you on the next one, and until then, bye-bye!